Audio check. I'm muted. That's hilarious. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for letting me know, Pops. I don't know how I didn't realize that. Well, actually, that makes... I know why it happened, but yeah, I'm amazed that I didn't realize it. I think it was because I didn't realize I was hitting the button when I was hitting the button. I wasn't actually ready to hit the button yet, but then I just hit it, so here we are. It was a mutual jump scare. Anyways, yeah, I'm still getting used to the new camera angle. It's slightly higher than it was before, and it's a little bit closer to me, which means I take up even more of this little rectangle than I used to. I'm not completely set on it yet. This is only the second stream with the new camera angle. I do have one other option if I decide I don't like it. I now have a floating monitor right in front of me with chat on it, which is great. I've wanted something like this for a long time, but I just didn't think I would ever do it. But an opportunity presented itself, and then it just created a new problem. And the problem being that it was blocking where the camera was before. So I had an exciting new thing that I could do, but then I had to figure out where's the camera gonna go now. I'm gonna also try to get I got the motion tracking thing installed where it would like follow my face, so that if I like lean this way or this way, it'll like try to keep my face kind of centered in this area. I need to dig into exactly how it works. The only thing that sucks about it would be that sometimes there would be like empty black space over here in the bottom right corner. Because this is the full camera shot. Like this isn't zoomed in at all. Like this is what the camera is seeing. There's nothing trimmed off of the camera right now. Some free Nema feet down there for you. So if the camera like panned a little bit, so like if I go this way and the motion tracking thing like pans the source to keep my head like in the center, it's just gonna create black space over there. And then if I go this way and the camera tries to pull it back towards the center, there's gonna be black space over here. So I'm gonna mess around with it and see what I can do with it. I can't really afford to zoom in anymore to give it extra space to pan. So I don't know if it's actually going to work to use the motion tracking thing. It's just something that I've seen that some other people use, and I think it's pretty slick. But since I don't live in like a little rectangle, and haven't for a long time, yeah, of course, Shane. All the better to see you with, you know. What else did I need to bring up today? Nothing really. Feeling pretty charged up. We're firing on all cylinders around here lately. Things are just good and solid and exciting, and we're in our routine. Obviously, we're going to shake up the routine next week because we're going on a trip again. But it's a trip that we're both very excited about, and it's going to be fun. And then we'll be right back to the grind and for the routine. So We're going out to Florida. We've got family there. We've got a friend there. And it's kind of like an early Thanksgiving type of deal, where we're trying to see as much of the family that we can that's in one place at once, in closest proximity to the actual holiday, because it's the ladies' favorite holiday, and it's just kind of like a good time of year to do it, and like a couple other things kind of lined up. So we're kind of turning it into it's like a pseudo Thanksgiving trip. We're not doing like a Thanksgiving dinner while we're there. It's not to that extent, but it's like an honorary Thanksgiving. And it also happens to coincide with the little guy's first birthday, so we're probably going to do a little something for that while we're there as well. But we're going to go to Disney for one day, which we're also very excited about. That's where we had talked about doing a honeymoon after the wedding, but we never ended up doing that. So we're kind of like making good on that a little bit, which is kind of cool. We both love theme parks and amusement parks, and we've been to a lot of them together, but we've never been to Disney together, but we've both been before at like different times in our lives. So it'll be kind of like an interesting, revisit. Me from my senior year in high school, and her from, I think, like much earlier in her childhood. But anyways, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun trip, just going out there for a couple of days, and then we'll be back to the grind, back to the routine. When I say the grind, it probably makes it sound like I'm not excited about it, but I am. This is what I thrive on. I thrive on a steady routine that is occasionally broken up with fun things, and we've got that going right now. So I'm really enjoying it. And when we get back from that trip is when I'm gonna try out the new stream time. We've talked about it more. I don't really foresee any reason why I would start it next week. It's still possible that I could if, we change our mind. But we don't really see any reason why I would want to try out the new schedule next week before the trip, because we kind of just have our brains focused on the trip anyways. And the whole point of me trying out the new start time is so that we can kind of like pay attention to how it improves or doesn't improve the flow of things. So it'll just make more sense, I think, to start that afterwards. So yeah, we're gonna try out the new start time when we get back, unless something happens where it's like, oh, we should wait another week. Obviously it's all subject to change all the time. But the current plan until further notice is when I come back, my first stream back from the trip will be the 18th, I believe it is. No, that's not right, is it? It is the 18th, yeah, okay. Because yeah, all next week I'll be here on this schedule, starting at 11:30. The following week we'll be gone on the trip or traveling. And then the week after that, when I come back, my first stream back will be the 18th. And I'll start starting my streams at 3 o'clock instead of 11:30. So much later in the day, but still not as late as I used to start streams. Less than a year ago. I used to stream 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Or 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., depending on which day it was. So streams are going to get shorter by 30 minutes, but there's going to be way fewer interruptions. So there will actually be a lot more, gameplay or yapping or activity or whatever we're doing. that's going to be a nice trade-off of the new stream time. The main reason for it is because it's necessary for the little guy's needs. That's the main reason for the change. But there will be some, I think, positive side effects for us as well, even though that's not the reason for it. So I'm looking forward to it. I know there's a lot of people who used to come to the later in the day streams that can't, watch streams during the day, like at work or whatever. And my current stream time is like pretty much work hours for most people in the US. So maybe some more people will be able to watch later in the evening. I don't really have a lot of viewers in like Europe, so I don't think they're gonna lose out by me streaming when they're all asleep. So I think it'll largely be a good thing. The less interruptions thing will definitely be good for me, for my pacing. I'm sure, like, obviously nobody has complained about it, but I'm sure people will enjoy less like random unexpected BRBs and things like that. Like, we're still gonna run ads on the hour, but there's a lot more times where I have to step away at like weird moments because things pop up. And changing the start time will lessen that significantly. So that'll be nice. That's pretty much all I got for you right now, though. Just the usual stuff for another week. We're gonna play some Xenosaga today, and maybe try to get a sense of how much of this game is left, because it's starting to kind of give end game vibes, and that could mean we're 3 to 5 hours away from the end of the game, or it could mean we're 25 hours away from the end of the game. That remains to be seen. Obviously, I don't want to know, and if you know, please do not tell me anything. We're gonna find out together. But yeah, let's pause the music here and launch the game. I haven't even taken the controller off of its pedestal yet. I started a little bit late, so it feels like we're starting the game early, but we're actually not. Thank you, Pushmo. So yeah, we're gonna get in. We're gonna do a recap of what we did last week, and then we're gonna get into it. We're going on an adventure. That's right. Lisa gets it. Lisa knows how to be on board for the ride. Because I have theme parks on the brain. Imagine like backseating a theme park ride to a first-time rider. I'm sure there are people that would do that. It makes me think of this one epic time where the lady and I went to we went to Six Flags in Chicago for my birthday one time. Really great trip. And we stood in line for a really long time for this DC Universe like 4D experience ride, where like you're in line, like the whole time that you're in line is part of the ride, kind of, where you're in this building that looks like the Hall of Justice, and you're watching this like animated feature with the official voice actors and everything that was made for this ride. And so you know you're going to be in line for at least like 30 minutes, probably an hour, so you literally get to watch a movie as you're going through the line. And the ride, like the events of what happened in the 4D ride, are like the subsequent events. They're like the sequel to the movie that you just watched. So the movie is like the I guess this is mild spoilers. I'm gonna, in case anyone cares, but like the overarching plot of the movie is that the villains, like a cadre of DC Universe villains, have put together this like mega plot by banding together to thwart the Justice League superheroes, and all these different heroes like Superman and the Green Lantern and whatever have been like subjugated or captured in some way, and they need the help of this like heretofore unnamed organization of citizens who are like interested in helping the Justice League that has some name that I forget. And so you're in the Hall of Justice getting the rundown of the operation from Cyborg and like how we're gonna save the Justice League. And then you get on this ride, and you know you have like a light gun or whatever, and you're like playing a game while you're going through this ride, and you get like a score and everything, but you're also just kind of like seeing all these different spectacles or whatever, and then you know you save the day or whatever. You get to be the hero. It's a very cool setup for a ride. But when we went on this ride, you're in this little car that has 2 rows of 3 people. So there's 6 people in this little car, and you're all playing the game together, and you're like on a team, and you get a score as a team, and you also get a score individually as a player. And you get to like see it at the end. And we got into this car with 4 girls, and we were like double their age, at least. So we were feeling very silly, but we didn't care. And we were in the back row, and the girl. So there were 3 girls in the front row together, or maybe we were in the front. I don't know. It doesn't matter. There were 3 girls, and then the girl that was next to us must have been on this ride for like the 58th time because she knew everything that was going to happen before it happened. And rather than like doing the like, oh, this next part, this is my favorite part, or like, oh, watch this, instead of like doing that kind of like backseaty type stuff, she had herself become a character in the story and had decided to like work on her acting chops in the ride. So like right before like something happens and it makes it look like, you know, something's gonna fall on you or hit you or whatever, she'd be like, look out, in her most like well acted 12-year-old voice, and then it would happen, and like she was part of the ride. It actually like enhanced our experience to a certain degree. It was really funny. But when I think of somebody backseating a thrill ride, that's kind of the first thing I think of. Come here, Nemo. Come here. You want to be sweet? You want to come up here? You never asked to come up here. You can come up here. Come here, Poochie. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hi, sweet girl. Can you lay down? You want to give kisses? Yes, hello. Can you lay down? Good girl. Good girl. All right. Yeah, what a sweet poochie. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to recap last week's streams. Are you going to leave the moment I stop petting you because you're a brat? Let's see. We have not too much to go over from last week because usually on Thursday I recap both of last week's streams. I try to go a little bit glossy with the Thursday stream from the previous week because it's already been recapped once, and then we do a full recap of the Friday stream. Well, last week's Thursday stream was the full 5-hour grinding stream. So there was no plot whatsoever. The only notes that I took was like one question that I thought of and then like me writing down like to-dos. So, and we did all that stuff. So there's nothing for me to go over there. So we're just gonna do a full recap of what happened the last time we played this game, last Friday. So we started off with defeating that boss that we were grinding because of. Sorry, now that Nima's gone, I'm gonna put my stuff back where I want it, back where it goes. Now Gobi's like, is it my turn? No, it's not your turn, Gobi. Okay, so we beat that boss. We assisted in the evacuation of Kukai. Got everybody onto the Durandal, presumably. Momo stayed behind to kind of like tend to the wounded. But then we see somebody's like silhouette appearing behind her. Which looked like Margulis's silhouette, but we didn't end up seeing Margulis. Albedo shows up at Kukai in this like giant eggs that's way bigger than anything we've ever seen. And he uses some massive attack and obliterates all of the Gnosis that are surrounding Kukai, but also blows up a bunch of like the Federation Navy that were there to also attack the Gnosis. So he's very just like apathetically just kind of like wanton destruction, doesn't care who he kills kind of thing. We go back to look for Momo because we find out that she didn't catch up with us. And we see this flashback where she sees Mizrahi, her perceived father, the guy who created her, not directly interacting with her, but just kind of like as a phantom, like walking around. And so she starts chasing him. She chases him into a dark alley, and he, the vision of him dissipates. And then Albedo shows up behind her. He has these weird kind of like mothy wings that he shows off that we've never seen before. And then he captures her. And she gets locked up in this like cold spaceship looking hangar with a bunch of, or sorry, that comes later, but we see the previous 100 series that we saw with Albedo before, that he like presumably killed or something. And Momo's like kind of talking to her, trying to extract information from her. Apparently she's not actually dead, she's just kind of like comatose or like mute, or she's had like part of her like kind of deactivated or extracted or something like that. Back to Kukai, we see more Gnosis gate jumping in, and they're still attacking. They're not routed yet, but it seems like the Federation Navy ships are kind of like gaining the upper hand. Interestingly, nobody commented on Albedo's attack. Nobody from the Federation was like, who was that giant thing that took out all the Gnosis and killed a bunch of our people and like weirdly gave us the advantage, but also like nobody had any reaction to that. So that was kind of wild. But the Federation, moves in to kind of like strike their finishing blow on the Gnosis. Then it cuts back over to Momo. Momo's talking more with this 100 series. Well, it's a one-way conversation. And her number is 0097. She refers to her as her sister, which we later just realize, we come to learn, is just kind of like a familial recognition between all 100 series. They all consider themselves sisters, but they also especially recognize Momo as like the prototype. And then Momo gets a little bit more of her bearings of her surroundings and refers to where she is as Daddy's place, meaning Mizrahi. So she maybe hasn't been there before, but like based on context clues, she's like, this must be Daddy's place. And so she thinks that Mizrahi is going to be there, which is really weird because we know that he's dead. Everybody's talked about him being dead. And she also saw a memory of him dying right in front of her, which had to be incredibly traumatic, and there's no way she's forgotten it. But I guess because she has this somewhat infantile mind due to the nature of her being, because she like saw him, she's all confused or something. I don't know. And then Momo goes into the next room. There's a big pile of 100 series everywhere, just a bunch of lifeless bodies, but apparently they're actually still alive. Momo's able to kind of like tap into their memories. In the memories, we see Mizrahi making a promise to some 100 series girl in a tube, and says that she'll become human like Sakura, which is his dead daughter. And we assume that that's Momo, that that's the first one he's making, but we don't know for sure. And then we see Albedo attack that 100 series, and Momo's like, I gotta go find Mizrahi. Cuts back to Gaignan and Junior. They realize that the Gnosis are converging because of the Song of Nephilim and not because of the Zohar, because we have all the Zohar emulators in the Durandal, and apparently there's like a cloaking technology that they're using to make sure that the Gnosis can't detect them, because apparently if the Zohar isn't cloaked, Gnosis will just appear and try to take it. That's what happened to the Woglende. And it's revealed that not everybody can hear the Song of Nephilim. So we learned a while back that the Song of Nephilim does kind of represent some type of metaphysical idea, but it is also an actual song that can be heard. It summons Gnosis and probably does other things. But we didn't previously know that not everybody could hear it up until that moment. And Junior and Gaignan can hear it because of their uniqueness, whether it's their special powers or the fact that they're URTVs, we don't really know. But Shion's like, can you guys hear that? There's like a song playing. And Junior and Gaignan kind of look at each other like, whoa, she can hear the song a little bit? Hold on. Which, you know, goes back to Gaignan being worried about Shion for some reason. We don't know why. And Junior not putting a lot of stock in it. But that moment kind of made, like, the glance, for me, the glance between Junior and Gaignan in that moment was Gaignan being like, see, I told you, and Junior being kind of like, oh, okay, I see what you mean now. They're very shocked that she's kind of faintly able to hear the song, because they're not expecting anyone to be able to hear it except for them. Back to Momo. She finds more dead and discarded 100 series. Albedo shows up, and then we see one of the most wild and crazy RPG scenes of all time, to be sure. Albedo starts his monologue to like establish himself as a villain, and he's talking about kind of like the meaninglessness of everything and the misguidedness of everyone. Classic villain playbook stuff. He rips off one of his arms and then regenerates it in front of Momo. And she's very sickened by this. And as a further attempt to illustrate like why he doesn't care about anything and why nobody cares about anything, he also rips his own head off, which they don't show directly because they probably would have gotten the M rating for that. But then he like throws it on the ground. He doesn't die. He grows a new one in kind of like a very inorganic way. It doesn't like, you know, it doesn't like pop out and like regrow in like a, you know, reptile-esque kind of way. It just kind of like draws itself in like a very hologram robotic kind of way and is just there. So he just has this like maximum apathy to like everything about him, where he's like, I can't die, I can't feel anything, nobody understands anything, so like he's just extremely impulsive and unpredictable. And then Albedo reads Momo's like heart or her mind or something like that. He's able to like tap into her thoughts or her memories or something. And she sees Junior. And then he recognizes Junior and refers to him as Rubido. And to Albedo, this is like a very like poetic moment where he's like, ah, of course it's him. Wow. What are the chances? Or something like that. And I guess also the indication is that his reading of her heart and Junior being there means that they have like, you know, feelings for each other. We go back to the Federation fleet. They're preparing to attack Kukai against orders to rout the Gnosis, which I don't know why they were doing that. And then the Damarung gates in, which is like a mobile colony. It's a ship, but it's like a really, really big ship. And it also is kind of like a fleet of ships that are kind of like megazorded together, I think. It's Wilhelm's thing, Wilhelm being the CEO of Vector, and maybe also this character called the Kaiser that we met way earlier on. And then it uses this weapon called the Rhine Maiden to destroy all the rest of the Gnosis that Albedo didn't destroy. And it's very effective. It doesn't hurt Kukai. It doesn't hurt the Federation Navy. And then Shion gets a call from Miyuki, her old coworker. And Miyuki gives us an item. She's like, oh, use this to track the force field that's attracting the Gnosis. Because we find out that the Gnosis are being attracted to not just like the actual music. And obviously Miyuki can't hear this music. But they detect some kind of like energy field that's invisible. And that's what's calling the Gnosis. And she gives us a thing called a CT cartridge. That's a very powerful weapon that Cosmos can use. But it's apparently like very theoretical and untested, but we decide to do it anyway. Junior explains to everybody what the Song of Nephilim is, because, again, not everyone can hear it. Most people can't hear it. He's like, this is something that came out of Mizrahi's research. It attracts the Gnosis. Sorry, I hit the mic. And then Cosmos goes out into free space. She pulls out this comically, massively large gun and uses the CT cartridge. But the gun isn't necessarily a gun. It's just scanning for some cloaked signal. But then she shoots the gun, and this giant inverted pyramid-shaped ship shows up. It's absolutely gargantuan. And we later come to find out that that is the Song of Nephilim. So there's this weird confusion where the Song of Nephilim is an actual song that has a function, and it is originating from a place or a celestial body, a ship that is also called the Song of Nephilim. So it's a little bit, it's not that hard to understand, but it's like a multifaceted thing. We go back to Albedo. He's done whatever he's done to the other 100 series to Momo. So she's like incapacitated, non-responsive. He's trying to extract the key from her, which we assume is like Mizrahi's research data. I can't imagine that Albedo would care about the Y data that's like the coordinates to gate jump to Milsha. But maybe that's what he's interested in. Maybe he's interested in the Zohar. I don't know. Junior hears Momo calling for help from inside the ship. And with his powers, he's able to intuit that Albedo is behind it. Because they have like a symbiotic relationship, which we find out more about very soon. Gaignan knows about Momo having Mizrahi's records, and he thinks that that's what Albedo is after, so we're inclined to think so too. And then Junior drops a bombshell. He's like, Albedo is my dark half. He's the part of me that I tried to lock away. We don't really know what that means yet, but I'm sure we'll find out more. And then Ziggy's like, okay, give me a shuttle. I'm going to the Song of Nephilim. I'm going to get Momo back. He's trying to be the hero. He's like, I'm going to go by myself. You guys stay behind. And Junior's like, you're crazy. I'm going with you. I care about Momo too. And Ziggy's like, no, you're too emotionally invested in this situation. You don't have the objectivity needed. I can do this better than everybody because I'm a cyborg with no emotions. Even though he's clearly the first to offer himself up because, ironically, he does care about Momo because Momo, like, tapped into something inside of him earlier in the game. Then we kind of went into the database for a little bit. We learned about what the Rhine Maiden is, what the Damarung is. The Woglinde was one of the ships that was part of the Damarung, but there's still the Welgunde and the Flosshild, which are named after something from Wagnerian literature. And the Rhine Maiden is this like super powerful anti-Gnosis weapon that only those ships have. We went into the EVS. We finally fought that Utic battleship Eggs boss that was super annoying. We went and got some other stuff in the EVS. And then we finally went to Song of Nephilim, which is where we are now. As we were taking the ship towards the Song of Nephilim, away from the like Federation and Gnosis fighting, which like there's still like a space battle raging outside Kukai, and we're like, peace out, we're gonna go check out this pyramid thing that we just uncovered. Shion is like, hey Tony, I like the things you do. No, she's like, can you fly up to the top of the Song of Nephilim real quick? Just, I want to see something. And when they go up there, we see what would be like the bottom of the pyramid if it wasn't inverted. So it's like this upside down pyramid shape. I don't know if there's a name for an inverted pyramid other than an inverted pyramid, but when we get to the top of it and we look at like the flat side, we get this flashback, and Shion is a little girl in her mother's hospital room. We already know that her mother died in the hospital and had some kind of complication. Outside the hospital window is this like giant industrial floor that speaks to some type of like larger space station or high-tech city or whatever. And right in the middle of it is the exact top of this Song of Nephilim structure. So she has seen it before. We get inside, we find Momo. Junior says that Albedo has reversed the spiritual link and stolen her consciousness. We don't really know exactly what that means, but that's how Albedo was able to access her memories, and this is like a side effect of that. Junior tries to go alone. Party's like, bro, we're already here. That's crazy. And then Shion also kind of like offers herself up in addition to Ziggy and Junior as like somebody who feels especially connected and responsible to what's going on. And then we got into this elevator room, which is kind of like the last thing that we did before the end of the stream, where there was this like puzzle mechanic to going up and down to specific floors. And we figured out the whole thing. We got it licked. We figured out how many floors there are, how to go to each one, but we haven't actually explored any of this dungeon yet. So that's what we're going to do today. We're just going to explore this dungeon, figure out how mammoth it actually is, what there is to find, and hopefully get a sense of exactly where in the game we are. But I guess that's not necessarily a requirement. Today is the 30th, and it is day 15 of Xenosaga. All right. Thank you for being patient with my recap. Welcome in, bless you. Yeah, it's like if the Beatles played a song called The Beatles, exactly. Or if there was some, like, autonomous guitar that could make music come out of it without any input, and the song that it played was called Guitar. Okay. So here we are. We're not topped off or anything. We're actually inside the Elsa. Just because this is the most convenient place to save. We're going to go in, and we're just going to go floor by floor. I'm just going to assume that the top floor is like the ultimate destination. And we're just going to explore one at a time. Wait, are we getting a scene? No. Just massive thunderstorm noises, which also should have triggered Xion, but did not. And now we have the creepy music. Okay. So the way that this works is every door has a number on the right side of it, and they are multiples of 3. So you just have to destroy a certain number of blocks that correspond with that number. So if we want to go to the first floor, we just need to destroy 1, 2, and 3. And once you've destroyed whatever number of blocks you want to destroy for the corresponding floor, you hit the button and it goes up to it. So we're going to start off on, I guess this is the second floor. They all have this same room when you get to the top part here, and you have the option to go over here and go down this like comical Looney Tunes laundry chute back down to the bottom of the elevator. But we have not gone to the left on any of these floors. So we're just going to systematically go from floor to floor. We're going to learn about these enemies and see what we're in for here. Wowie zowie, 4 months. SNES, thank you, dude.
Wowie zowie, 4 months.
I love when the TTS lady says things properly. SNES, thank you so much for 4 months, dude. I appreciate it. We'll do a wheel spin here in just a minute. In case you're against, or unless you're against it. You do have the right to say, I don't want to spin. It'll be our first spin of the day. We also need to run an ad in a few minutes here, so after this battle, I think I will just go ahead and let her rip Beyblade style on the wheel. And then that way, if we gotta do some shenanigans from the wheel, we can do it when we come back. Yo, what's up, Mutt? How you doing? How was FF6? Was that yesterday? Was that just yesterday? How was FF6? 6 has been good. I'm like pretty much always itching to replay a Final Fantasy game of some kind. They're kind of just always on my brain, even though I never do. Man, these things are strong. These things are very strong. So every time, yeah, the second half of that thought was every time I see somebody playing a Final Fantasy game, I'm always like, I should play that one again. 6 is likely your next game you play. That's exciting, Sorless. I'm assuming you've played it before, given your SNES pedigree. Okay, I'm just gonna pause right here. Let's go over here real quick to the wide shot. Let's kick the wheel out. I'll switch to the roaming mic. We're gonna let it rip one time. First, oh, are we gonna let it rip 2 times? Oh my goodness, we're gonna let it rip 2 times. Soreless, thank you for the prime. Let's see what happens here. I didn't switch mics. All right, now you can hear me. All right, first one's for SNES. Pink and orange are locked. First spin of the day. It's just been years since you beat it. Yeah, I mean, same for me. I've never replayed any of the Final Fantasies all the way through. So it's been a really long time for me for most of them. All right, we've got an orange wedge for SNES. So orange wedges are now unlocked for the rest of the stream. No puppy time for you, sorry. But you will get a snack tasting after the ad. And for Soreless, what have we got? Yeah, it's weird to think that the Final Fantasy game that I played through and completed most recently is Final Fantasy 13 in like 2011. That's the last time I played a Final Fantasy game all the way through. Because that was the last time I played one for the first time. Wordle, a Wordle for Soreless. All right, when we come back from the ad, we're gonna taste a snack that I've never tasted before. There's a bunch of exciting new stuff in the box that we got to look through. So we'll pick something out, and we'll do a little Wordle action. I'm gonna go ahead and run it. We'll see y'all in about 3 minutes, and thanks for being here. Excuse me? What was that? Oh, it's the delayed Twitch alert sound for the train. Gotcha. All right, see y'all in a few minutes. Thank you, thank you.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my goodness. Jiggles with the commanding sudden death. First strike there. Very nice. All right, well, Jigglypuff getting up to 3 points here. On her way to, at the very best possible scenario, very best possible case scenario here, is that she ties her record for most points ever put up against another character. No hopes of winning, but if she can beat Luigi one more time in the last round, she will tie her best score ever of 4 out of 11. That's the best we can hope for Jiggles. This is her final appearance until the big tournament at the end of all this. This will be her final regular season appearance, if you will. We've got one more round of Jigglypuff versus Luigi coming at you when we do the next ad break. Then we're going to switch over to Yoshi versus Pikachu for 11 ad breaks. After that, we've got Link versus Donkey Kong scheduled. If you'd like to pick who fights after that, so way in the future, you can pick a character with 1,000 channel points. You can pick anybody you want except for Jigglypuff and who's the other one who's done? Link. You can pick anyone except for Jigglypuff and Link. Everybody else still has matchups to go, and then whoever gets picked, I'll tell you which opponents are available. We're getting down to the wire here. We're talking about picking for matchup number 55 out of 66. So we're getting really close here. Sometime, probably early next year, we will finish up this whole regular season stat graph, and it'll be time to schedule the big on-stream event to figure out who is the ultimate level 9 CPU in Smash 64. All right, we're going to go over here. Let me get the wheel off the screen here. Turn the tunes back on, because you guys can't hear Xenosaga right now, like I can. We're going to taste a snack, and we're going to do a little Wordle action, which sounds really nice. We're going to do the snack first. There's a bunch of sour stuff in the snack log right now, so I opted for something sour to kind of rebalance the categories. We're going to try... this is not super hip, but I'd never seen it before. These are some Jelly Bellies, but they're sour gummies. So these are like classic Jelly Belly, Jelly Bean flavors that I will have tasted before, but made sour. And surprisingly, this product does not contain any corn syrup, which is very nice for me because corn syrup makes me feel awful. These are vegan gummies as well. No gelatin. We've got 5 different flavors to try here. Lemon, berry blue, cherry, orange, and green apple. Sorry, very cherry. Yeah, I'm excited about this. I was a big fan of Jelly Bellies when I was a kid. I loved getting the big jar with like a ton of different flavors and like slowly working my way through it. And then you'd get there was like a little recipe book folded up and taped to the side of the jar, and you could open it up and it would show you these kind of like fun pre-canned combinations that they'd come up with. It's like, oh, well, if you combine a buttered popcorn with a Coca-Cola flavored jelly bean, it's like a night at the movies, you know, and like all these like silly little things. And obviously some of them were dismal, but some of them were really good and fun to mess around with. Oh, these are cool. These are cool looking. All right, I'm gonna come up to the camera and give you guys a close-up here. But the nice thing about this is there's no weird cursed flavors. These are significantly larger than traditional jelly beans. Stop focusing on Kirby, camera. Give it a second. There we go. So they're quite big compared to a jelly bean. Nice colors. Pretty nice coating of citric acid, sugar stuff, sour stuff. They smell great. They kind of smell like, God, what were those things called? There were these like orange wedge shaped candies that came in like a couple of different flavors. There was like an orange one, a lemon one, and like a grapefruit one. The grapefruit one went so hard. They're a little bit sticky though, so I'm gonna utilize the Pro Towel here. We'll try to get one of each flavor, and we'll taste each one. Actually, the inside of the bag is stickier than the actual product. Actually, no, I take that back. That one is really sticky. Okay, where's the green one? There we go. Yeah, this is quite sticky. Quite a sticky situation here. Lemon, berry blue, berry cherry, orange, and green apple. I'm gonna go green apple first. Here's the green one. The outside still very much has that kind of like candy-ish shell of a jelly bean, but they're very pleasantly soft on the inside. Great texture. Primarily tapioca syrup and potato starch making up these. That's very good. For a sour green apple and being a sour Jelly Belly gummy, it's not that sour. It's not like a, you know, would you like to taste blood as well, you know, sour Skittle kind of situation. It's very good though. Very good. Okay, speaking of very, we're gonna try the Very Cherry next. Harry Carey. Cherry haters would really hate this one. But I'm a cherry enjoyer. I had grape medicine as a kid, so cherry is fine with me. But this one is very like cough drop coated. I like it though. It tastes like a red Starburst to me. That's quite good. We're gonna go orange next. Orange is one of my favorite artificial flavors. Big fan of orange. Oh, that's so good. It has like the fragrant orange peel thing going on. Wow, that's so good. Definitely the best one so far. Really good. Still like classic artificial orange flavor, but artificial orange can like weirdly do a lot of things really close to a real orange. Man, there's like a little bit of like a candied orange peel thing going on in there. That's really nice. That's really good. That was a much more complex, chaptered flavor than I was expecting for this. That was really good. All right, we're gonna do lemon next. Lemon. Similarly, has a little bit of a lemon zest note, accompanied with the classic, you know, lemon head, artificial lemon flavor. Very good. Very refreshing. Again, not very sour. These are not very sour at all. They're definitely more sour than the jelly beans, but these aren't like, I dare you to try this sour. These are not, you know, hurt your mouth sour. So depending on what you're looking for, you know, these are like the kind of sour thing where it's like, wow, these are great. I want to eat the whole bag. You know, not whereas like a Sour Patch Kid, it's like, it's definitely not that sour in the grand scheme of things. Like it gets way more sour than that. But that's starting to get to the point where it's kind of like, okay, if I want to eat this whole bag, but if I do, my mouth is gonna hurt, and my teeth are gonna hurt, and my tummy's gonna hurt. You know, and you know, unless you're 7. All right, now we're gonna taste the berry blue here. I remember this flavor. This is actually the one out of here that's like a fairly unique flavor. Also like a little bit more sour than the rest. That's probably anecdotal. This tastes exactly like the blue Dum Dum, if you guys remember that one. It actually tastes quite a bit like this tea that I'm about to crack open too. Very nice, like artificial blueberry, blue raspberry kind of flavor. That one was really nice. These are very good, actually. I would highly recommend these. I wouldn't highly recommend them if you really want to taste like a super sour snack. Like if you're like, oh, I need something just like jaw-tighteningly, mouth-wateringly sour, these are gonna disappoint you. But if you want just like a tasty snack, tasty little fruit snack with like a little bit of a sour tartness, these are surprisingly good. Very, very pleasant texture. Very unique texture as well. They're not like super soft, like a Sour Patch or some other gummies. They have like a little bit of just the tiniest bit of like an outer shell, even though it doesn't look like they do. Yeah, these are yummy. These are very yummy. I'm impressed. I didn't have super high hopes for Jelly Belly necessarily. They have some pretty mid products that are offshoots of like their main jelly beans. I've had some Jelly Belly sodas that were really disappointing, and some other like Jelly Belly type snacks that were really nothing to write home about. So I didn't have high anticipation for those, but I just was curious, you know? Seal of approval from me. All right, we're gonna switch off the roaming mic. We're not gonna need it for a Wordle. Let's warm up our brains a little bit with a Wordle here. And I think what we'll do is we'll do a couple of these. I hope the Wordle is belly. We'll guess belly and we'll get 4 greens and then find out that it's jelly. We'll do the classic here and then we'll work our way up. We'll do some big ones. Don't you dare. All right. Let me get this on the screen. There we go. Thank you, OBS, for being smart. We're gonna go with classic here. We're gonna go trace. Not even gonna think twice about it. That's a pretty good turnout. Let's see. Do we want to go hard mode today? We could try to go hard mode today. So we could have... A is probably in 2nd position. Do we have lathe? Could have lathe. It's a pretty uncommon word, though. Usually, if there's like a couple of words that it could be, I will guess the one that's the most like rudimentary common word. I don't think the A is in 4th position. That's very unlikely. And if the A is in 1st position, we would need another vowel somewhere. So we could have like a tone, which is a more common word than lathe. We could try a tone. We could also have cast, like a caste system. That would eliminate some more really common letters. And then we also have waste, which is a very common word. So maybe we go for waste. I'm thinking waste or a tone here. And I guess we also have paste. We have based, haste. So yeah, we have a lot of ASTE words, unfortunately. So if we... The tricky thing about that is if we go for waste or haste or one of those, and we get the 4 greens, we could still get all the way down there just trying to guess the first letter. Which would really suck. Waste and paste are definitely the most common of those. words, but haste is not an uncommon word. Based is not an uncommon word. So, I was trying to think if there was another word we could guess that would eliminate some of those consonants simultaneously. You know, we've got P, B, H, W. If we didn't adhere to hard mode, we could eliminate a lot of those really quickly. But that would remove a lot of the challenge factor here. So maybe we'll stick with it. Maybe we'll stick with hard mode. Yeah, none of these really have a lot of overlap. Let's see if we can think of a word that adheres to hard mode that eliminates at least 2 of these potential haste, waste, paste based consonants. S and H go together. Let's see. There's not really a lot of options there, though. They all have S in them, so eliminating S doesn't really help. Yeah, I don't think there's a way we can do it if we stick with hard mode. So I think we have to just like guess. We have to just pick one. Oh, and I said cast earlier. That's eliminated because of the C. I don't know why I didn't notice that then. Yeah, I have a strong sense that it's probably one of the ASTE words, which is super evil. If it ends up being a tone, you know, we're actually in great luck. Or lathe. So let's see. Waste, haste, paste, based. Let's just go paste here and find out our fate. Oh, we're in luck. Okay, it's not an ASTE word. So we do know that A is in second position. So could it be lathe? This would be a pretty wild one. I'm okay with just guessing this straight out because it eliminates some consonants. Hey, there we go. Nice 3. Okay. That was actually really good fortune because if it had been an ASTE word, we would have just been at the mercy of basically RNG. All right, let's step it up now. Let's do an octortle. So we've got 13 guesses to do 8 words at once. So we're not going to adhere to hard mode here. We're gonna use a 3-word gambit. We're gonna go the classic trace, sound, milky. So we've got all our vowels in, and a lot of common consonants, and also a lot of common positions. And now we're just gonna take a look, see if we've got any 5s. We've got 4 here. This is probably filmy. This is probably story. This is an actual 5, so let's go with story here. Go ahead and eliminate that. Any other 5s? This could be toast, but it's technically a 4. Or no, it's not. No, it can't be toast. It's probably boast. But still, we want to focus on 5s. We don't have any 5s. All right, so we'll focus on 4s now. All right, so this is probably boast. I feel better about filmy, though. I don't think this can be anything else other than filmy. So we'll go ahead and get that. And then let's try boast here. Yep, we got boast. Oh, that popped over here. That's still only a 4, though. Any 5s? Any 5s? F-O something something Y. So this is probably foggy. I don't think there's anything else that could be. That'll let us eliminate G. Let's see, what do we got here? This is an interesting one. So what is this one? Poach. This is probably poach. 2 more letters we can eliminate. Oh, it's not poach. Oh, it's coach. Okay. Sure. What do we have here? S. Okay, so this is what? Swash. Okay. 2 words left. 3 guesses. We got this. C-U-R. So this is curvy. Right? Yep. And our last word. P-L-U-M-B. Plumb. What y'all know about plumb? All right, cool. And let's do one more. Let's do a duo. Duo, try, Gordle. 32 words at once. Rapid fire. Trace, sound, milky. Bum, 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 bum. Mossy? Probably. I like how this one, like, Tetrises all the letters down so you can really quickly see. All right, we don't have anything above a 3, actually, for greens. Let's just go ahead and go mossy here. That's got to be it. Yep. What else we got? All right, looking for 5s. Looking for 5s. L-O-A-T-H. That's probably loath. Can't spell. There we go. Loath. Let's see. Thumb. That's got to be thumb. That gives us B. Oh, it's thump. Shoot. All right, that was a slightly wasted guess. Let's see. Unity. Paste. Shout out to our first Wordle. Man. That could be mana. That could be a lot of things. It could be manga. What do we got here? Dutch. It's kind of weird. That's technically a proper noun. Or a proper adjective. Which you would think shouldn't be included. These don't always adhere to the same rules for word selection as the official. This is blimp. Shout out to Lewis Cole. Do you want to ride in my blimp, girl? Do you want to ride in my blimp? This is tutor. Wait. S, no, not S-A. S-E in... Wait, what is this word? S, it's got to be S-E, or no, S-N. S-N-E-A-D? Sneed? No, it's not S-N. S-E... Is it? Oh, it's sedan. What a funny word for a Wordle. Sedan. What a strange word. H at the end. So, what is this? Oomph? Oomph? That's a really weird Wordle word. I'm gonna wait on that. It's gotta be oomph, but I'm just gonna hesitate because it just seems too bizarre. Loyal. What do we got here? R-A-N-T. Grant. We haven't done G yet? Okay, there's G. What do we got? L-A. Laced. Easy. S. S-E-T-A-L? That's a word? No. Steal. That's a word. Okay. Libel. Got a lot of crimes on this Wordle here. Upper. Seedle, my goat of words. True. Hey, I never want to assume that I know all the words. Every once in a while, you learn a new 5-letter word. RPG rules. What is this one? Okay, we'll come back to that one. What do we got here? Bliss? Just straight up bliss? Yeah, there's nothing else that goes there. Prick. Great word. Bribe. Yeah, D is already eliminated. It's not bride, so it's got to be bribe. Okay. Gloss. Bogey? Boggy. Boggy, my favorite character from Banjo-Kazooie. Our favorite derelict dad in the rare universe. Doubt. Donut. Oh god, I hit F12. You guys ever just hit F12 in Chrome? Donut. Okay. What happened? Where are we? Okay, it took me up. There's oomph. We skipped that one. Okay, here we are. We're at the bottom. Scant. That's a good word. And then... Oh, it's not titty. Darn. What is this one? Witty? We finally get W. Alright. It's always fun when you do one of these and you get all 26 letters involved. Okay, so we have vague here. Now we get V. What is this one? P. What is this one? Plea with an H at the end? No, A is in first position. Aleph? That's a word? Okay, I don't know. I know that as a weird name, spelling, but I did not know that was a word. We'll have to look that one up. It gives you the definitions at the end. What is this one? Winch? See, this one we already have all the letters, just not in one guess. This one is Pluto, another proper noun that feels like it doesn't belong. U-I-L. Oh, this is going to be Quill. Okay, Q is getting involved. So close to the full 26 alphabet. Sigil, that's a great word. It did end up being manga. And oomph. Very weird word to include. And then what is this one? Woven? Is it woven? No. Wait, where's the V? Oh, it is woven. Okay, I was like, it's gotta be woven. All right, there we go. Okay, give me the definition for aleph, please. Oh, it doesn't give it to me. Oh, I see. It's like a... I see. It's the name for, like, different alphabetical characters. Got it. It's probably like a root word for alphabet. Huh. Alright, today we learned. Alright, thank you for joining me for that. Shall we play some Xenosaga? Back to our creepy music. I'm gonna crack this tea open. Settle. Would we pronounce that settle or seedle? I could see it being seedle as like an adjective. You could sneak that by somebody. If you were confident enough. We need to heal up because these enemies are very strong. The Song of Nephilim music is inviting, okay. Sure, man, if you say so. It's inviting in the same way that a bug zapper is inviting. I think this is what bugs hear right before they hit the light bulb. Can I interact with any of this stuff? No. Oh. Oh, wait, that's a person. That was unexpected.
I got no time for wusses like you.
That's a lady with a big gun. She speaks English, too. Automod not allowing Blishu to say die. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I also had this really embarrassing revelation where I finally realized that the way to tell what letter type an enemy is has been right in front of our face the entire time. So this is an M-type enemy, this is a B-type enemy. I don't really remember what they mean, but the fact that I can tell very easily definitely makes a big difference. Oh great, you're boosting. Love that. Who are you? Can we, like, talk to you after this? Can we have a chat before you die? I'm very curious. These crab dudes are really strong, though. They're kind of scary. Just AoE 100 damage. This also kind of, like, weirdly, concerningly points towards Final Dungeon. That's a video edit that needs to happen, Mutt. Just like a moth slowly heading towards a bug zapper or a flame before, like, disintegrating with that playing in the background. It's like the only sound. And then, or I guess the flame you wouldn't hear anything. Might be less of a punchline. Whew! Man, Junior is doing some beautiful damage these days. We are really cranking it out with the double buster on him. Alright, there goes Lady. Goodbye. Chaos doing great as always, too. Well, I shouldn't say as always. There's been a couple of times where he's been, like, completely walled off. But usually he's a primary damage dealer. It makes me want to sub out Xion, but she's just such a good heal support. She's our best heal support, so I feel like I gotta keep her in. Bye-bye. Crab bot.
May all your souls rest in peace.
Do-do-do. But yeah, I don't remember if I finished the thought, but it feels like this area is kind of like saying, hey, the difficulty's going up. Better get ready. Look at this nice area we made for you so you could train. This is just a weird little alcove. Not even like a janitor closet. Maybe these are different on every floor. Who is this for? Oh, it's for you. Okay, great. Well, didn't heal and didn't get to stun you in the electricity.
Well, guess I'm gonna get some exercise after.
Look at this, like... This is like a cross between Rob the NES robot and a battle droid from Episode I. I should have healed. Hopefully it doesn't have AoE. Capto Mortem. What a cool name. Sounds like a Star Wars character, too. Alright, that hurts. But as long as it doesn't have AoE, I'm not super worried. We can probably heal here. Because I bet you Junior and Chaos can take this thing out. Yo, MN! How's it going today, dude? Welcome in. How's it going, everybody? Thank you for the raid, my guy. Folks, go follow MN Retro Gamer. Classy, amazing dude. Very good IRL friend of mine. Fellow bandmate. Very talented and entertaining individual. Does IRL pinball streams. Very, very cool. Not only does he know how the tables work from like a gameplay perspective, and he can explain to you like how to get points and how to get farther in the game, he also knows how they work on like a mechanical level, and he'll pull up the glass and pull up the hood and fix things, and it's really cool. I've never seen a stream like it. Go check him out. Oh, you got the Stranger Things table. That's exciting. That's one of the few pinball tables that I've actually played before in real life. We played that at a convention that we played at last year. They had a nice free play pinball room, and MN was kind of just reaching the crest of his pinball arc, and so he was teaching all the rest of us bandmates about how all the different tables worked and all that kind of stuff. And the Stranger Things one was very cool, the way that it works. Oh, this is just a dead end. Interesting. Okay, so if this is what we can come to expect from the various floors here, this isn't that overwhelming. Yeah, that's exciting. Is there a story behind how you got it? I'm assuming you got some kind of like cool deal or something. Oh, you sent me a photo. Where did you send me a photo? Discord, Twitch Whisper, text. I'm gonna go save. You really like pinball machines, even though you've never been particularly good with them? Very nice sounds and effects. Yeah, it's such a special experience, SNES. Like, it's so tactile in a way that, like, nothing else is. You know, like, it's not like a sport. It's not like a tabletop game. And it's not like a video game. It's very specific. It's like a very specific mix of like electronics and tactile things. And yeah, I'm not particularly good at pinball either. But it is very, it's definitely, I definitely have more of an appreciation for it thanks to MN. Because like my whole growing up playing pinball, it's very hard to perceive like a higher level of gameplay at a cursory glance from a pinball table. It's like, okay, you stop the ball from falling down and you hit stuff and you get points. But like, at least nowadays, the games have like actual progression and like level structure, and there's like a meta to each table where it's like, oh, well, this multiplier is very exploitable to get you to a high score, or this meta is very exploitable to get you to like this other stage where the table transforms into a different state and you get to do this fun thing or see this different thing. You know, it's like, it's pretty cool. I definitely have a very renewed appreciation for it, but it's still not something that like super calls to me. But as I'm sure MN would be the first to tell you, it's also a very expensive hobby, depending on how you choose to engage with it. And it is also like some of the nichest of the niche, because the number of places that have a large assortment of tables to go to is very limited. And, you know, if you're looking for like a specific table to like practice on, obviously there's going to be limitations there. So there's even more like barriers to entry than there would be with something like video games. Yeah, it's pretty cool how the whole gameplay structure is put together. And there's like original soundtracks for pinball tables now, which some of my friends have gotten to work on, which also gives me a deeper appreciation for it as an art form. Modern pinball is like playing modern PS5 game where 80s games are playing like an arcade game and 90s games are like playing an NES or SNES game. Oh, I see. Like, I see what you're saying, MN. Yeah. As far as like the way that they approach progression and stuff. You route pinball to help pay for the hobby? Wait, what does that mean? You route pinball? What does routing mean? When you say that you're routing it, it makes me think that you're like speed running it and you're like writing down your notes on like how to most efficiently play the pinball table, and somehow you're able to sell that. Oh, right, yeah. Some of your tables are out at locations and you get like a large cut of the revenue from it. That's called routing? Okay, I've never heard that before. I had never heard you use that before. That makes sense. Okay, we need to go to the second floor now, so we need to destroy 6 blocks. So let's just do this. 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to take the precaution of saving before or after each floor in case one of these is like the last floor, even though it's not at the top.
This is... you don't understand.
I'm glad you're making a good amount of scratch from that, MN. That's good to know. Welcome in, Smashy. How are you?
Get out of my way, or else.
Thank you for our daily Mark Griffin. All right, we got the double crab encounter here. Thank you for Heya. Thank you for our daily Staryu as well. Boom, boom, boom. That's right, Junior's square attacks work better against these guys for some reason. Yeah, that attack is pretty devastating when it can happen twice per turn. Takes about 2 years to pay off a chat. A machine. Freudian slip that I'm paying my chat. You have 20 machines on location? Wow, I didn't realize that you had gotten to that many at this point, MN. But yeah, if you said... Hold on, did I miss you explaining how you got... how you got the Stranger Things table? Is there a story behind that? Been saving it for a while. Great opportunity came up and you snagged it. Nice. Very cool. Also, I noticed that Blishu said pinball machines are very Seedle. Oh, you're still shiny hunting, Blishu. Man, I respect the grind. I just got back onto my Generation 5 challenge run. I'm gonna take on the 7th gym leader tonight. Find a route. So I can stay under level cap. We have a star rating system. For the playthrough that we're doing right now. And you can get from 1 to 5 stars for your playthrough by adding like different additional challenges, and I'm going for 4 stars. And one of the stars is for me to stay under a level cap for all the major fights in the game. So I have to basically find a line through this fight without leveling up my Pokemon any farther. And I have a fixed team because of the rules. I can't change my team at all. I can change my moves around, I can change my held items around, but I can't level up, and I can't change my team. I'm not too worried about my ability to find a line through this fight, but it's like that's part of the fun for me, is like finding lines. I opted not to go for a 5-star playthrough because it would have required me to Nuzlocke it, which takes away my ability to like find lines and do trial and error. So I realized very quickly that I wasn't going to be able to go for 5 stars. Oh, you don't have 20 machines. You someday want that many. I see. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Smashy, but MN is the pinball guy. He is the repair and knowledge guy. That's a great goal, MN. 1,000 a month from like passive income would be absolutely life-changing. I mean, even 250 is incredible. That's absolutely nothing to sneeze at. So we haven't seen this mob before. This is 3 ladies. They only have 1,000, so we can take them out pretty quickly. I'm going to go ahead and do an AoE heal here. Oh, you're hunting for a bunch. Oh no, you're looking for one. So wait, did you end up getting the snow runt that you wanted? It was snow runt, right? You needed a female snow runt for Frostlass. Did you end up getting that one? Now you're looking for Finnegan? Weedle, Kakuna, Bagan, Salamence, Ghastly, Swablu, Altaria, Noibat, Noivern, and a non-alpha Finnegan. Dang. Oh, not yet. You swapped over. I see. Yeah, the machines break down. You've got... Yeah, you gotta go and repair them. Sure, not entirely passive, but... close to passive. Passive passing. It's passive passing income. I don't know if it's appropriate to use that suffix comically, but I chose to. Snore run. Oh, I love when I typo a punchline in Twitch chat. It happens to me literally all the time, Smashy. I feel your pain. Well, I know you understand as well as I do, Smashy, that we have to just take the shotgun approach when it comes to Twitch chat jokes. Because 90% of them aren't going to land. But, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So we just pummel and annoy our favorite streamers and chatters with dumb jokes. And eventually, one gets through. You know, it's inevitable. We took that little cat poster from our 3rd grade math classroom to heart. Just not in the way that they thought we would. Not in a way they could have predicted. I'm choosing to use kind of my primary squad right now. I'm just embracing that. While we explore all of these floors for the first time. And then if we get into a situation where we need to grind again, we'll do the same thing that we did the last time, where we pick like kind of an arbitrary endpoint of like a level or a certain amount of points or whatever for the primary party, and just before getting to that level, we'll swap to... Oh, this changes everything. There's a door on the lower side. I did not notice this on floor 1. Okay. It's just one extra room. What does this do? There's a button. Press it. Oh, God. What is this going to do? So this might be something that we have to do in a certain sequence or combination. Or maybe it's just press all the buttons. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we need to go back to the first floor and look for this door. It may not have been there. What really sucks is these enemies are going to respawn. So we're gonna have to fight this crab thing again. There's no way around that. I mean, we could run away from it. Have I noticed that it's harder to get jokes when streaming? I haven't noticed that, but that's probably a side effect of the same... That's like evidence of your claim, not dispute to your claim. Because streamer brain is very real. Yeah, I'm just going to choose to canonically say that we've already fought this enemy, and so I'm going to run from it. But yeah, it is very different when you're trying to understand a joke that a chatter is making versus being in chat. Because it's very much like a mindset thing. Like when you, like, at least for me, and probably for you as well, because I think we both do this a lot. We hang out in a lot of the same chats, so I have observed this. Or we both hang out in a lot of the same chats, is what I meant to say. Where, like, a lot of the chats that we hang out in, everybody's just kind of joking around. You know, everybody's, like, kind of bouncing off of each other, you know, doing, like, little references and one-ups and callbacks and things like that. You know, everybody's, like, workshopping their material in chat. But a lot of times, streamer just leaves it alone. And it's just like, oh, everybody's talking to each other, they're having fun, this is great. You know, let it flourish. I don't need to intercede. I don't need to encourage or discourage this behavior. It's just happening organically and I like it. But also, a lot of times, streamer is thinking about make sure everyone is, like, somewhat seen and heard, or streamers is just focused on the game that they're playing more than they're focused on chat. And if they, like, see a chat message that's, like, super long, or they don't immediately understand what it's in reference to, you just kind of, like, assume, like, oh, maybe they're responding to somebody else, or oh, maybe this is a reference to something that I don't get, and you kind of just blow by it, and you don't have time to be like, wait, was this for me? Can you elaborate? You know, because you're just, like, mentally, you have too many balls in the air. Oh, I actually don't need to save. Or heal. I don't know why I came back here. Just reflexively. Streamer brain. Relevant. But yes, I can definitely say with certainty that there have been times that someone has made a joke while I was streaming that I should have immediately understood, but didn't. And it had to be pointed out to me, or I just missed it entirely. But I don't realize that that's happening or remember that that happens, because that's part of the reason why it's happening. Okay, so we're going to go back to the first floor and look for that outer door that I didn't realize was there. Kind of well hidden. So we got to do this one and this one again. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did on my way out of floor 2. Or floor 3, sorry. I keep thinking of this as the first one because it's the first one in the order, but it's technically the second floor. So I'm going to keep messing that up and forgetting to add 1. I'm going to run away from these enemies, is the important part of what I was going to say. I'm going to imagine that each one of these encounters is a one-time deal. We can run away for free without using a consumable item by using this spell. And because this game thinks that 1 divided by 2 is 0, we get to do it for no ether points. Okay, it's not there. I feel vindicated. It wasn't that I didn't notice it. It's not there. So floor 2 does not have that door. All the better that we ran away from this enemy. Okay, that makes me feel better. I didn't really feel like I fully noticed it on floor 3. I just kind of happened to be hugging that wall and I went into it. Oh, this is Your turn. Okay, well, you can just guard. No, I will not die. Mean lady who refuses to identify herself or explain herself. Why are you here? Who do you work for? What is this place? How does one get hired at Song of Nephilim? Surely she's not here as a volunteer. She's either indentured or she's on the payroll. And based on what we know about the various villains of this game, I would tend to lean towards the latter, that there's money involved. Oh, we're getting hit with an ad. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Luigi.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Luigi shutting down Jigglypuff one more time. Final score is going to be 8-3. Overall, this was a very fruitful endeavor for Luigi. He was able to gain some ground and claw his way out of the bottom of the pack. Out of 10th place and into 8th place now. Firmly in the middle of the pack. Still 4/10 of a point away from Samus in 7th place. But if Samus doesn't perform well in some of her final matchups, Luigi could rise even higher. And Jigglypuff, of course, still absolutely spooning with the bottom of the barrel. No one even remotely close. Kirby in 11th place. Above her is a full point ahead of her in his average score. Although his total score is not much higher. Very interesting there. But Kirby has won 2 of his matchups. Jigglypuff has not even come close to winning 1. But Kirby does still have 2 more matchups to go, so if he's able to perform well against Luigi or Samus, maybe he can make something happen and head towards DK in 10th. There's still a lot of potential movement left as we finish the regular season. I've grown to enjoy referring to this as the regular season. So we're gonna switch characters now for the next 11 ad breaks. Let me get our fighter cards reset here on the screen. We'll get our scores set back to 0 on both sides. So in the red corner, we're going to have Yoshi. And in the blue corner, we're going to have Pikachu. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. There we go. Fix that. Little visual error. Pikachu versus Yoshi for the next 11 ad breaks. Yoshi currently in 9th place. Pikachu currently in 6th place. After kind of a precipitous drop. Pikachu was ranked a little bit higher. Pikachu is also the only character thus far that has been able to reasonably challenge Fox, who is our current first place holder. Fox has not lost any of his matchups yet, but Pikachu almost did it. Pikachu almost beat Fox. He was 1 match away. And Fox was kind of running away with it for a while, but Captain Falcon has really clawed it back. Despite having lost 3 of his matchups, Captain Falcon is a 1/10 of a point behind Fox. So it's going to be interesting to see. They both have 3 matchups left. So it definitely feels like it's anybody's game at the top, despite how some of the matchups have shaken out so far. They both have yet to face Mario, who is our 3rd place fighter. And obviously they have to face each other as well. And then their last matchups, Captain Falcon is against Donkey Kong, which is set to go very well for him. And Fox's last matchup is against Samus, which will also probably go very well, but probably not as well as his matchup against DK did, which was a shutout. So, yeah, a lot of exciting stuff in the tournament still left to go. There's exciting potential movement at the bottom, in the middle of the pack, and at the top, despite how few matchups are left to go here. And then we'll have our final rankings for the post-season, for the big on-stream event. Postseason makes it sound like it's going to take place over a period of time like the regular season did, but it's all going to happen in one big marathon stream. At least as far as I can tell. I can't imagine that it would take more than 4 hours to do our final seeded tournament bracket, but we'll see. All right, coming back over here. Thanks for listening to me yap about CPUs playing Smash Bros. Oh wait, sorry, just kidding. One second. We need to go back over here for just a second, because I need to set up the next matchup. Otherwise, I'll forget. You become Pikachu, and you become Yoshi. There we go. I've had that happen a few times where I accidentally run the previous matchup one too many times, because I forget to switch characters. Link would probably be third if he didn't get absolutely smoked by Mario. Yeah, I mean, Link is definitely still in the fight. Mario's at a 7.4 average, and Link is at a 6.7 average. Link only has 1 matchup left. So it's harder for him to claw his way back, but Mario still has 4 matchups left. So And Link's last matchup is against DK. That's the one that we're doing after the one that we're just about to start. If Link can do really, really well against DK, and then Mario like doesn't do well in his remaining schedule, like Mario has to face Captain Falcon, Fox, and Pikachu. So Mario could really drop off in his final couple of matchups. He also has to face off against Yoshi, which will be a very spicy matchup for lore reasons, but he'll probably smoke Yoshi. Yoshi hasn't done very fantastic. Yoshi hasn't had any upsets, I should say. But Ness just kind of like quietly hanging out in 4th place too. Ness has 2 matchups left to go against Pikachu and Samus, and he could certainly rise. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see how this all shapes up. Something makes it feel like these later matchups are going to have more weight attached to them than the earlier ones, but not necessarily. It's just exciting to see it getting close. I got a really cute picture of the puppies during the break that I posted in the Discord, in case anybody wants to see it. Okay, we're going up to floor number 4, so we need 3, 6, 9. So let's see here. We've got 5, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, so we just do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It feels like we're so close to the end, but when I did the math, it looked like we weren't going to get to the big Smash tournament until like February or something like that. But it'll be a big to-do. I'll announce it and plan it way ahead of time so everybody knows that it's going to be happening. Because it's going to be like a one-day only, be there or be square kind of thing. I don't usually put one-off stuff like that on YouTube, but I guess if there was like a lot of demand for it, and people were like, oh, I missed it, I could maybe throw it up there. Alright, this is a really pesky mob. This is worse than 3 Gun Girls, in my opinion. Oh, I just noticed his new gun. It looks like a Han Solo gun, which might not be a coincidence. Nice miss. I'm also surprised at Mario's placement in the tier list so far. I wasn't expecting him to be the 3rd place character. I don't know who I was expecting to be in 3rd place, but it wasn't Mario. Like, Fox and Captain Falcon at number 1 and number 2 feels extremely predictable. Like, we could have probably all bet money on that. I guess if I would have had to have made a guess ahead of time, I probably would have guessed that Pikachu would have been in 3rd place. The Mario Link match was a weird outlier. Yeah, that's another thing that'll be interesting to see in the finals. Is like, you know, inevitably some of these matchups were driven by, you know, flukes and weird chance, right? Where like a certain character shouldn't have been able to beat another character, but they ended up winning just because of the random stage selection and, you know, weird luck stuff. Even though the other character might actually be better than them, you know, because that's like the nature of sport and competition.
I got no time for wusses like you.
I should have healed before this. It's alright, we'll be fine. But yeah, Mario beating Link 10-1 is pretty wild, for sure. There haven't been too many relationships throughout the regular season where it's like, oh, this character is like a clear check to this other character. That's probably only happened like maybe 3 times. And that's one of them. Where like we have data that suggests that for some reason Mario is really good against Link. Which doesn't even really make sense on paper. Because like Link hits harder and he has spacing projectiles. And Mario doesn't have... I mean, I guess Mario has his annoying fireball that's super slow. But... yeah, I just would never have guessed. Yeah, it feels like Link has the advantage. It feels like Link, you know, loses to characters that are more powerful than him or are faster than him. Predominantly. Like on paper. Like, who else is Link? Link has lost to Fox. And holy crap, that's it. The only character that Link has lost to is Fox. Yet somehow he's in 5th place. He beat Captain Falcon. Link beat Captain Falcon. Link beat Pikachu. Link beat Ness.
Ready? Angel blow.
Yeah, Ness is definitely the wild card. I think we can just do 1 Mystic Nocturne here and get out. Yeah, luckily the stage choice RNG will not affect us in the final event. Because we're pretty much only going to be doing Yoshi's Island. Just like basic platform stage, no hazards. You know, if there was a final destination, we would use it. Okay, so there's no side door here either. Yeah, I think there might be one other stage that's a good choice, but pretty much every other stage has hazards. Like, Silphco has the Pokemon that pop out. The Samus stage obviously has the yellow lava. Sector Z has the R-Wing that comes out. The Mario Bros. Stage has an absurd number of hazards. And then also, like you said, there are stages that give certain characters a lot of advantages. Yeah, Hyrule Castle would be great if it didn't have the tornado. It's really unfortunate. There's a couple of levels that are ruined by just a really, really tiny thing. Like, Silphco I still probably wouldn't pick, even with, like, the Pokemon popping out turned off. Because, yeah, it's just, like, it gives a lot of jumpy characters an unfair advantage against bad recovery characters. Or heavy characters. I'm gonna go save here before we do the next floor, and then I gotta go grab the little guy real quick and give him his lunch. It's time, and he's ready. And this is as nice a break as any to go grab him, instead of being in the middle of a floor. So, floor 4 did not have a side door either. So maybe only the odd ones have it? Could be a thing? Could be the pattern? Yeah, the Samus stage has definitely decided a lot of fights. It's true. And in retrospect, I wish there was a way, like, I wish there was a way to choose the random stage pool to take that one out, because that one definitely has more of a factor than any of the other ones. A close second would maybe be the Mushroom Kingdom one. The regular Mario Bros. Stage, the non-unlockable one, is an arguable choice for the final tournament. It still has the bumper in the middle, but it's a pretty balanced stage otherwise. But Yoshi's Island is definitely the best choice. All right, let me save here really quick. I really want to check out Smash Remix too. If you guys don't know, there's a really, really high effort, active ROM hack of Smash 64 called Smash Remix, where they've added in some cool characters and extra stages and quality of life settings and balancing. It's not like an entirely new game, but there's a lot of cool stuff that's been added to it. I don't think you can control the random stage switch in the original game, Smashy. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can play around with that. The random stage selection thing is an unlockable in and of itself that you have to do kind of a lot of stuff to get. I can't remember which condition it is. If it's like a really high number of versus matches, or like beating classic mode with like every character or something like that. It's one of those that like takes a long time to unlock. We do this all on hardware, by the way. The Smash ads thing is all on an N64 that is hooked up and powered on right now. It's not on an emulator, so I can't use like cheats or anything to like auto track the data or set up the matchups or change the settings of the game or anything like that. It's all vanilla. Okay, I'll be right back. No ad or anything. I just gotta go get the little guy. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Little guy's got what he needs. Yeah, I was wrong. Well, I guess I shouldn't say I was wrong, but I was unaware of being able to do an all CPU thing in the early Mario Party games. There is a workaround to get it happening, which will probably be the new ads thing when we're all done with Smash Bros. I'm already kind of scheming that up. Okay, let's go check out floor 5. But yeah, you can start a party that's 1 human player versus 3 CPUs, and then after you get the match started, you can like go into the pause menu and change yourself to be a CPU player. So my hope is that we can do a similar thing where like people can vote on 4 characters to go into a party and like just, you know, arbitrarily root for one of them. And then we could have like one big prediction for the whole stream. The problem is I don't think that a 50 turn or whatever the max is on some of those early ones, I don't think that would take a full 5 hours. So we'd probably have to find like a sweet spot and figure out like a number of turns that takes about half of a stream, and then, you know, do 2 of them per stream or something like that. You'd figured we'd move on to Smash Melee. A couple of people have floated that suggestion, and while I do think that that is a good idea and a natural progression, there's a couple reasons why I don't want to do it. Number 1, the person who I got the idea to do the Smash ads thing from used to do it with Melee, and that's where I got the idea from. They entirely gave me their blessing, and they also don't do that anymore, and they don't care if I do Melee, but just part of me is like, it's 2 1 for 1. But the other reasons are more tangible for me. Number 2 is because I don't want to leave my GameCube running for that long. I don't mind leaving the 64 running for that long because it's not a disc-based system, so there's not really any moving parts inside the 64. I wouldn't want my GameCube to be spinning and blowing a fan for that long. I just, like, my GameCube is already, like, not in great shape. And the only other alternative would be to use the Wii, and I also don't want my Wii running for that long, because I would want to do it on hardware. I don't want to do it on an emulator, because that's like an extra thing on the screen, and you guys know how I feel about that. And then the third reason why I don't want to do Melee is just because of how long it would take. There are like there are more than double the characters that there are in the original Smash game. So when I conceptualized this whole thing, it seemed reasonable to do the original Smash because there's only 12 characters. And you know, that this is obviously taking a very long time to get through the original Smash game roster. It would, like, if we did Melee, I would probably never finish it. Like, there's a good chance that, like, you know, I would have to, like, quit streaming for, like, a new phase of life before we ever finished the Melee roster. And I'm a big fan of Mario Party. I love getting Mario Party on the stream whenever I can, despite the fact that, like, none of you seem interested in seeing me play single-player Mario Party, so this would be a consolation for me in that way, to just get some Mario Party interstitially on the stream as part of the ad breaks. You know, it's like, oh, well, let's check in with our players and see how things have progressed since the last time we ran an ad, you know? I don't know. It might end up being really weird because obviously you wouldn't see like 90% of the party. Maybe I could add like a little command if people wanted to just like look at like a really, really tiny like preview of the screen. Could have it like pop up with like a command or a redeem or something. That might be kind of funny. Anyways, back to the game that we're actually playing and robots aren't playing. We need to go to the 5th floor, which is going to be 3, 6, 9... Or, sorry, 3, 6, 9, 12. All right, we need 12. So 5, 9, 12. Okay. Easy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this would be our second time going to an odd floor. Let's see if it has an exterior door and another button to press. And will it be a different color? The one on the 3rd floor was green. We do know there to be 7 floors, so there could be 3 switches. Maybe they're red, green, and blue, and they just weirdly started with green. Maybe in Japan, instead of RGB, it's like GRB. Because they think of red and green as the polar opposites, rather than red and blue like we do in the US. Hence why Pokemon Gen 1 versions were done the way that they were. It's not because they thought Venusaur was better than Blastoise. Although I guess from a logistical perspective, he probably is. Depending on moveset. In Gen 1, Venusaur is definitely the cheese master. Nobody can really out-cheese Venusaur in Gen 1. There's not a whole lot of Pokemon that can learn Leech Seed and Toxic and Sleep Powder and have that much attack and like bulk. Like Toxic Leech Seed is like empirically the most devastating status combo in the game still. So, and Sleep in Gen 1 is very broken. So like from like a player versus environment perspective of Gen 1, like you could stop anything with a Venusaur regardless. You know, you could beat Blaine with a Venusaur. You could beat Price in Gen 2 with a Venusaur, like if you really wanted to. With either like Sleep Toxic or Leech Seed Toxic. You could make it happen. You know, if you really wanted to strong arm going up against things that it's directly weak against, that you're not supposed to match it up with. Just because those status combos are so strong, you could make it happen. But you couldn't do that with Charizard or Blastoise. Because they don't have access to status moves really at all in Gen 1. You know, other than like Growl, Leer. And Leech Seed is just so busted. It's so powerful. We just learned some new skills. I want to take a look at those. I think Junior learned one as well. Lunar Blade. One enemy near / beam. We haven't even used this Gravity Well yet. We just got this one. I wish these had attack power ratings. That's something that I would love to see. We can add that up to the list of things that I would suggest for a re-release of this game. Along with a seen-unseen differentiator for the database. Read-unread differentiator for the database. Like a little blinky new next to the ones you haven't read is all you really need. We can add power ratings to these attacks. It would be really nice if they just came up with like an arbitrary numbering system. Like, we know so much about these already. I think it's reasonable that it would be nice to know, like, a power rating as well. I think another thing that they could do a little bit better in a re-release would also just be going a little bit further to describe, like, what is an ether attack and what is a physical attack, and like which defensive stat you're up against depending on which attack that you're using. I would really like to know a little bit more there. Well, Shockblade is the one that we can like make modular with our equipment thing. And even though we're not using it, I don't really want to take that away. Lightning Blast is very rudimentary. So I guess we can swap in Lunar Blade over that. Try it out. And then what did Junior learn? Oh, I guess it wasn't Junior. Well, then it must have been Chaos. Arctic Blast. All enemies. Ice. Okay. Hello. Another AoE? Is this a far or a near? Oh, it's probably got to be far because it's... Yeah. Well, we can put this on here because we don't need 2 Angel Blows. And we can check that out. Angel Blow is very good, so you probably want to keep using it, but... Ice is fun. We do know that elemental relationships and affinities exist in this game, but they don't seem to be a very important forefront mechanic. Like, it's not Pokemon. This game is not predicated on, like, finding the enemy's weakness and exploiting it. That's not, like, the primary way to win battles. It's just, like, something that you can do. And there hasn't really been a gimmick fight centered around it either. There's been a lot of gimmick fights in this game, but none of them have been based on find the weakness. Nailed the weak spot. That's another game that I wish I could do for automated ad break game is Pokemon Stadium. But there's no way to do CPU versus CPU Pokemon Stadium. That would actually work way better than Mario Party. But there's no way to do it. I've even looked for like mods to see if there's a way to mod the game to do it, and I've never found anything. So if anybody knows of a way to make Pokemon Stadium CPU versus CPU, please report it to me immediately, because it would definitely become our new ad break thing after Smash 64. Because I could get that running on hardware. I have an EverDrive. Or Pokemon Stadium 2. Stadium 2 would actually even be better. Because Stadium 2, I could potentially set it up... Well, Stadium 1 or 2, I could set it up with the Boys Lock Pokemon. Which would be so cool. I've always wanted to do that. I gotta move my camera real quick. I don't know if I bumped it or what, but I just keep noticing that, like, in my normal position, I'm off-center. Yeah, Blashu knows. So many iconic voice lines. I used to have a Pokemon Stadium announcer soundboard on my Stream Deck when I first got it, and I didn't know what to do with it. You like Mario Party? Okay. Difficult to get invested when you're not following it continuously? Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. And it's definitely a drawback that I see to doing it as an ads thing. It's just the best idea that I've come up with so far as a successor. Oh, he's like doing a volleyball moment. That's so cool. Woo! That's some nice damage there, Chaos. Love that. Well, it did more than Angel Blow. Makes it seem to not matter until the last few turns. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to do Fortune Street, too, since we have a lot of channel lore with Fortune Street from back in the Out to Lunch days. But, again, I don't want my Wii running for that long. Okay, well, this This floor also does not have an outer door. Ooh, decoder 14. Very nice. I'm pretty sure we know where that door is. Let's have a look. Yep, where is that? Oh, that's on the Elsa. Well, we can go get that right away. Don't even have to go into the EVS for it. We're going to go down and save because we're saving floor to floor anyways. So we might as well just go get that. You like the video compilations of Luigi winning by doing nothing? Yeah, that was a very popular meme meta back in the day. I want to say like mid to late 2010s. Those were popping off. Those got passed around in my friend group a lot. Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing. They had them for Smash Bros. They had them for Mario Party. Really good stuff. But yes, Smash is... The great thing about Smash for the ads is that you can set a very specific length of each fight. You know, because we know exactly how long the ad break is going to be. That's one thing that's really, really great about it. That you can't do with any of the other games that we're looking at. You know, you can't set a time length of a Mario Party game. Not every 30-turn Mario Party game is going to take the exact same amount of time. So it's very convenient in that regard. But I still don't want to do Melee, and I still don't want to do Smash 64 again, because that wouldn't be fun for everybody. Like, we might get slightly different results, but I don't think anybody's going to get super invested in that. Okay, the little guy is telling me that he's all done. So let me save really quick and then move him. I guess I'll go ahead and run the ad too, because it's going to take me a few minutes to get him set. And when we come back, we're going to go to the lower decks of the Elsa and open that decoder door that we just got the key for, and then we'll go back to Song and do floor number 6. See y'all in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Pikachu.
Okay, welcome back, folks. Pikachu wins round 1 against Yoshi. And it looked like he won the warm-up as well. Pikachu definitely heavily favored here. But you never know. You never know. Yoshi sitting in 9th with an average of 4.0. Pikachu sitting in 6th with an average of 5.6. So really not that much of a difference between them. We'll see how it goes. 10 more rounds to go before this matchup is settled. There we go. All right, back to the stream. Back to the game. Hi, Nima. Nima's giving me a lot of attention today. What's going on, Poochie, huh? Nima had a really rough day yesterday. So maybe she's just happy that she's not having a rough day today. Maybe she's thanking me because she thinks that somehow I had something to do with it. We got, like, blasted with the cold weather. Just out of nowhere. I should say cool weather, not cold weather. But, you know, in Texas, it stays warm for quite a bit into what most people consider the fall months. And it could still definitely warm back up. Like, I couldn't tell you how many Halloweens I had as a kid where it was way too hot to wear a costume at nighttime. It's very much a thing. We need to go down to the catapult deck. But yeah, it just, like, all of a sudden, like, over, like, one night, it dropped like 25 degrees. No slope whatsoever. And, you know, I don't, like, watch the weather to know that that was, like, predicted or anything. So it just kind of caught us off guard. And yesterday, in addition to being chilly, it was super windy. Which Nima hates. Nima really hates it. She has the same reaction as when it's, like, stormy. Could Mario Kart be all CPU? I wish it could, Smashy, but I don't think it's possible on any of the games. That would be a great one, too, because then you could kind of, like, narrow it down to, like, certain courses that are, like, roughly 3 to 5 minutes long, you know? Speed Shoes is our reward for door number 14. That's definitely an accessory. Very classic RPG accessory name. Let's see what it does. Increases speed by 25%. Wow. That sounds very busted. That's definitely a good thing to give Shion as a healer buff character. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that is a level 5 skill, but let's find out. Oh, it's a level 4. Okay, well, we could get this a lot faster than the level 5 skills. We're still very far away. Most of our characters are at skill level 1. Skill level 2 is very obtainable, but we still actually don't know the requirements for skill level 3. It's probably 500 point spend, because we know it's more than 300, but we haven't confirmed that yet. And that probably means that skill level 4 is 1,000. So that's 1,600 points to get to level 4. And then you have to have the points required to buy the skill as well. And that one was 500. So 2,100 skill points. Likely. But yeah, again, if somebody can find a mod for... I guess any of the Mario Kart games to make it all CPU. That's something that I would look into as well. Mario Kart 64 would be preferred because I could get that running on hardware. Or Super Mario Kart, I suppose. Halloween weather in Canada sounds a lot like April weather in Minnesota, Shane, where there's just like, it's a coin flip. It can be winter again, or it can be early summer, or anywhere in between. It's really annoying. I have a very bad relationship with Minnesota weather in April for a lot of reasons, but mostly these days it's because that's when VGMCon happens, and I have to go up there to help run the convention and, you know, go to it. And in addition to being extremely allergic to Minnesota and getting sick pretty much every time I go there, for VGMCon, because everything is like blooming and pollinating in April, there's also just the whatever the weather decides to be actually has a very large effect on the convention, despite what you might think. It's like, oh, well, it's inside, it doesn't matter, right? Well, actually, it does really matter. Because if it's like really snowy, a lot of local people won't go. And then on top of that, the hotel where the convention happens has a really, really old climate control system that takes a really, really long time to switch from hot to cold. A really, really long time, meaning like a couple of days. So if there's like a wild swing in temperature, there's nothing that can be done about it. We can't just like turn on the AC really quick if there's a random rogue hot day towards the end of winter before, you know, the weather goes consistently warm. You just have to grin and bear it. You know, the heat stays on. And that happened to us really bad in 2023. Where it was like 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the Friday of the convention, and then it snowed on the Sunday of the convention. But because it was cold before the weekend, and they knew it was going to continue to be cold after the weekend, they didn't engage the air conditioning ahead of time, because they would have had to suffer in one way or the other. So they chose to just leave the heat on. And so people were just suffering. It really blows. Okay, so now we're gonna go to floor number 6. So we need 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15 blocks destroyed. 5, 9, 12. Okay. 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15. And then obviously to go to the last floor, we just destroy all the blocks. We don't have to think about it. So at this point, I think it's reasonable to assume that the top floor will be the path forward. But I'm still saving before we do each one, just in case. You know, I'd hate for this one to, like, pull me into a cutscene and I can't go back. And then, you know, we miss, like, some cool chest on the 7th floor or whatever. Okay, we have 2 exterior paths here. Very different than anything we've seen. Neo Armor Alpha. There's been a surprising lack of Greek symbols in this game. Where is that thing? It should stick out. Oh, here it is. Physical defense plus 4. Oh my goodness. And just physical defense plus 30. So is this actually... This must actually be armor. And it's just... There's no overworld symbol for armor. So they used the accessory one. Yeah. So, is this for a specific character? Or is it gendered armor? Okay, Junior can use it. Chaos can use it. I'm sure Cosmos can't use it because she has special armor. Ziggy's the same way. Okay, so it's just for Junior and Chaos. Which one of them has the lowest defense? 71 versus 70, so it's really not that big of a difference. It's negligible. But it is better than the Ruby suit, so... we might as well. Interesting that it has a passive effect that you can extract that's defense plus 4. I believe we have that from something else, too. At some point here, we're just going to take some time... little girly in the middle of the ride, and like just level up everybody's skills. All right, let's see what these exterior paths look like. I'm assuming one of these is the green one that we extended with our switch, and maybe the other one is another button that we can press. Okay, so this is the one that we opened up. That was my prediction. Let's see what the other one is. Okay, this is blocked off. Oh, look, I think I was right. So there's 3 little nodes there. Don't you love how I point at stuff and you can't see what I'm pointing at? I need a John Madden Telestrator. I've always wanted one of those for stream. It'd be so funny. There's 3 little nodes there, and one of them is the green thing that we lit up. So there's these 3 towers, and I'm assuming the other ones are going to be corresponding with red and blue lights. So maybe if we go over to this next one, it's going to have another one in it, and we'll just kind of complete the circuit here. And this is going to be some kind of like optional item and or battle. And it just kind of creates like a little bit of a loop here. Or maybe this is required to advance at the top floor. Don't even know. Oh, yep, I can see the button down there. So these might be entirely separate elevator columns, which is kind of wild. There's a save point in here. That's kind of cool. Yeah, look at this. Holy crap. We have a bunch of paths leading out of here. Oh my gosh, this is a lot. Let me drop a save here. We'll call this North Elevator Column. And this is the 6th floor. Nephilim. Oh, calling it Nephilim for short versus song sounds a little bit better, but Nephilim is also a character, so either way it's confusing. Okay, so this is a separate column, but not an elevator in the same way that the other one is. So it looks like we need to go down and hit that button that's down there. That'll probably extend this bridge. This is wild. It kind of makes it seem like this is going to be the path forward, and maybe whatever is on the top floor is optional. Because the top floor is easy to get to. You know, destroying all the blocks at the bottom doesn't require you to figure out how the elevator math works. So yeah, this is a path leading down. I think it might be worth going out, or going back and checking what the top floor looks like first. Because this makes me feel like it's probably not just going to be like, oh, you're getting pulled into a cutscene, that's the path forward. This seems like it's probably going to be the path forward, because there's just way too much involved for this to just be like optional for an item. Okay, so we have one dead end and 2 other paths. Alright, not too unreasonable. Not too unreasonable. So let's go back. And hit the top floor. We'll go down our laundry chute. Also kind of nice that there's no encounters on this floor in the first column. We'll call it the east column now. We started off in the east column. It's also nice how this design is representative of like the pyramid shape, inverse pyramid shaped thing that we're in, with like the 3 sides.
Let's get...
Oh, we're getting wide, folks. Get wide. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stretch it out. Feels good. If you're feeling like your aspect ratio is slightly off, hang in there. All things will return to normal soon, hopefully. Thank you, Gad. Welcome in, dude. How are you? Also, if you don't want to be perceived, that's cool. Thank you for wide. Thanks for watching, everybody. Don't go anywhere, folks. Thank you for that one, Smashy. That one doesn't get used often enough. Needed a good stretch. Love you some wide. Yeah, we love wide. And thank you for spelling wide correctly. Capital W, space, capital I, space, capital D, space, capital E. That is the correct spelling of wide. I didn't mean to come all the way back to the Elsa. That's the second time I've done that reflexively. The little guy's so funny. Watching him on the monitor right now. He really likes making sounds, which is like a very common baby thing. And he really likes going up to the wall that his toy box is adjacent to and just slapping it. And it just so happens that that wall is a shared wall with the lady's office, the room that she's working in. So naturally, with her being in there all the time now, we wanted to pull the little guy's toy box away from the wall a little bit so that he couldn't do that. And he had kind of like inched his way a little bit closer and then like picked up an object so that he could reach the rest of the way and bang on the wall. And I just got to watch the lady, like, kind of go in there and just be like, and pull him a little bit farther. You try to hold off on the sad for when it really counts. Yeah, that one is a very, like, that's a very good one to hit at, like, the right moment. For sure. That's a good one to not overuse. I mean, Thanks for Watching has a lot of comedic timing potential, but I feel like it's not inappropriate, you know, at any particular time. Not that sad would be inappropriate.
Get out of my way, or else.
Oof. This mob sucks. I should have healed. I'm gonna have to heal now. It is kind of cool how the mobs, as we go to higher floors here, increase their dastardliness. That doesn't seem like a coincidence. Oh, it is Junior's turn. I thought we were still in chaos. Whoopsie. This is a very scary mob, though. Like, 4 AoEs in one turn is so much damage. Like, we would not be able to sustain this for more than, like, 2 turns. So we're really counting on chaos here with the Arctic Blast. Show these Gnosis how it feels to chew 5 gum. Serve him up some volleyball. Okay, and then another AoE heal here. Am I out of tea? Yeah, I'm out of tea. I definitely don't need any more caffeine today, despite wanting more. I had an extra coffee this morning for meal prep times. I'm not implying that I meal prepped coffee. I'm just saying this was the morning to make meal prep. And I drank a coffee before I started. Because I was dragging a little bit. Still none of them are dead? Okay, we might actually lose this encounter. I can't believe that none of them are dead yet. From all that damage that we just did. This is another good reason for us to save. Yeah, we're dead. Sheesh. What a terrific encounter. Well, that build... We don't lose anything because we saved right before this. That builds a case for there maybe being some, like, really good item up here on the top floor. We could just run from this encounter and iframes through the guy as well. You know, I don't feel compelled to earn my way across the arbitrary threshold. Oh man, speaking of meal prep. Man, I don't know if y'all have ever experienced this, but a chopped onion in the refrigerator is the most unstoppably powerful thing ever. Like, when Newton or whoever was coming up with, like, the laws of physics and thermodynamics or whatever, and they were talking about an immovable object encountering an unstoppable force. I think the unstoppable force that he was referring to was a chopped onion in the refrigerator. He precogged that somehow. Because, man, you can chop an onion and then put it in an airtight container, and you can put that airtight container inside an airtight zip bag and, like, wrap that up inside of another bag. And you cannot stop that thing from stinking up your whole fridge. That thing is going to bloom to high heaven in a very short order, by the way. Like, maybe like 20 minutes max. in your whole fridge is like the bloominest, stinkiest, most powerfully fumey, tear-inducing smell bomb that you could possibly imagine. And it ain't going anywhere until you take that onion out of there and cook it. Which, luckily for us, you know, will be tonight. There it is! Smashington hovering over the sad button, waiting for his moment. He said tears, he said crying! Quick! Fire the sad missile! Onions are good, but I really only like cooked onions. I really don't like raw onion in almost any context. Like, there are a very small number of scenarios where I can enjoy a raw onion, like a really, really authentic taco, maybe certain sandwiches, perhaps a burger. But I'm always going to enjoy grilled or pickled onions more than a raw onion. But there are a very small number of scenarios where I would accept raw onion. But it's so powerful. It's so powerful. And like, the other thing with it is even in the context of those scenarios where it's enjoyable, immediately following the experience, after you've had that enjoyable experience or that acceptable experience, that onion sticks around. That raw onion sticks with you, man. Like, at least for my, like, it's a very chemical thing, so it could be different depending on like a individual person's palate, but like that sticks with me for a very long time. Like, I can taste that for days sometimes.
Please stand down. I don't want meaningless bloodshed.
Okay, hopefully Shion doesn't die, because we're going to run from all of these encounters. These are very scary mobs. Yeah, caramelized onions, delicious. Like, as soon as onions hit like a saute pan, that's probably one of my all-time favorite culinary smells. It's like, it's so appetizing. I love the smell of like caramelizing, grilling, sauteing onions. But raw onion is a completely different beast. Also, Cheaty, thank you for Wii. Alright, I am going to heal after this one. Even though we're not battling, we're getting outsped by some of these, and so we need to be able to survive long enough to get our chance to run away. Let me get out of the Kenny Loggins danger zone here, and then we'll heal. Let's top off with an AoE heal. And then let's restore some ether points. So we haven't done that in a while. There we go. Okay, you're stuck. There's nothing up here. So yeah, the 7th floor is a red herring. It's just a bunch of really tough encounters. No chest, no optional item. So I guess if you were the unfortunate soul that didn't carry any escape packs and didn't have Shion in your party, you would go through a lot of pain and suffering on this floor only to find out that this is not the way to go and that there's no reward. So the 6th floor is it. We can now confirm. Oh, I went the wrong way. The only onions that I can consistently enjoy in their raw form are like wild onions or green onions. Love some finely diced green onions on like a, you know, mashed potato or like a stir fry, or, you know, lightly blistered, lightly wilted. Okay, so we're going to destroy all but 3. It's probably an easier way to think about this. Instead of adding up, we'll just add down. Can one add down, or is that just subtracting? This puzzle feels very Tales of Symphonia, by the way. This is like textbook, like busy work Tales of Symphonia puzzle. I feel like that's a big part of Tales of Symphonia that a lot of people forget, is there's just like this massive amount of bloat of like mind-numbingly, patronizingly easy puzzles to like pad out the dungeons. Great game, amazing cast of characters, great story that like balances being like leaning on tropes and easy to understand with like being original and exciting at the same time when it can. It's really easy to overlook. Like everybody, I think a lot of people are pretty good about remembering how long of a game it is and how much of a commitment you're in for time-wise. But as far as to why, I think that's sometimes lost in the sauce. And that's a big part of it, is the dungeons having these massive amounts of really basic puzzles. Hey Zion, it's Wednesday. Did you know that it's actually not Wednesday? And that Wednesday was yesterday? And that also you were supposed to come in on Tuesday? Zion, are you okay? How are you?
Do you really think this is a good idea?
Yeah, we played Mario on Tuesday. And I was like, oh man, are we gonna see Zion today? I hope we see Zion today. And we didn't see you. Oh, you're in line at Spirit. Wait, what are you in line for at Spirit? Is there like an event? Or are you just in like a checkout line? No, you don't have to explain yourself. No one's expected to attend stream. That's cool that you were busy. You're just checking out. Okay, got you. Are you... So if you're at Spirit Halloween, does that mean that you're smelling the smell that all Spirit Halloween stores have? God, these encounters are nuts, dude. Every enemy has AoE every turn, and they all do like 100 damage. Why do all these human-shaped characters have different names? One of them's named Vive, this one's named Calx. They all kind of largely seem to be the same thing, but... Kiki! Thank you for the Prime! 27 months. Thank you so much, Kiki. Would you like a spin, or would you like me to keep playing the game? I want to say I have you mentally filed under always spin, but I can't remember. This is not good. I probably should heal again, honestly, because I'm not going to be able to kill any of these characters. Always spin. Okay, my memory served me. Thank you for confirming. This one smells alright, but their lighting is terrible. Is it terrible because they're trying to give it like spooky vibes, or is it terrible because it's like faulty fluorescent lighting? I have not been to like a Spirit Halloween or like a party store in a very long time. But I'll never forget that unmistakable fragrance of plastic and nylon that lingers in the air. Yeah, I'm sorry, Zine. This joke is, I mean, it already wasn't going to be worth a 1 week wait, so I don't see any reason not to make you wait longer. It's just not going to make sense if I'm not playing that game. I have to be able to show you in the context of that game what's going on, or it's just really not going to make sense, and I'm going to either sound like an idiot or worse. So we'll just have to hope that I can run into you on a Tuesday sometime. Oh boy, this is really bad. I should probably just run past this thing to save resources. But we're definitely, like, I definitely feel like the game is telling me you can't run from this forever. You know, like we're gonna keep seeing encounters like this as we go on here.
All right.
But at the same time, we're not forced to fight any of these because we can run past them. Can I access the menu while on a ladder? I cannot. Okay. So I gotta step off this ladder in such a way that this thing doesn't immediately touch me in the butt. So I can get into the menu. Okay. You let someone cut in front of you? You ever hate just being way too nice, Zine? I feel like that's something that every, like, 30-something person who has, like, predicated themselves on being nice has had to come to terms with. Where you just get kind of, like, sick of it. Or, like, you get burned too many times. And you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to be nice this time. And then that backfires on you as well. And you're just like, I can't win. Like, tried to be nice to everybody. It blew up in my face. So I decided, what the heck? I'm going to not be nice this one time. And then you, like, immediately regret it for some reason. Me when. Alright, we'll top off with Momo here. Okay, yeah, that's like... you just described, like, the textbook. Like, that feels like a secret shopper moment. Except instead of secret shopper, it's like secret customer. Where, like, they're testing you. And, like, you're supposed to let that person go in front of you. Alright, we're gonna have this, like, perfectly scripted moment where, like, the family has all these reasons where they, like, need to get out of the store, and they only have one item. We gotta go out and, like, send them into all the stores around town and, like, find the person that doesn't let them go ahead, and then we're gonna, like, lightning bolt that person out of existence or something. So you passed. Oh no. Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that that wasn't a real situation, by the way. I'm just having fun world building. I'm sure that was an entirely real scenario. And obviously you did that because you're a nice person. It's just kind of funny how perfect that is. Okay, we need to run another ad to get back on the hour. Please stop. Okay, thank you. And then we also need to spin the wheel. Okay, so we have two different paths here. I think I want to go to the upper one first. So when we come back, we'll check that out. But let's spin the wheel first while we have time, because the ad's not going to auto start. Let's go over here, kick out the insert, switch to the roaming mic, and we're going to let her rip one time for Kiki. Thank you again for the resub. Orange wedges are unlocked, but pink is not. Last thing we landed on was Wordle, so if we land on that again, it's a respin. Otherwise, the wheel is wide open. World building the spirit Halloween, yeah. All right, we've got a game roast. Kiki, if there's a game you'd like me to roast that I haven't roasted before, take your time, no rush. Doesn't even have to be today. Let me drop some links in the chat. Y'all can look while I am running the ad. Here is a list of games that have previously been roasted, so you can't pick anything that's on there. And then you can pick anything from the backlog. That's the entire collection that you have to choose from. And then if you're looking at the spreadsheet version, the first link, you can see in the far right whether or not I've played the game. So just, you know, you're welcome to choose a game that I've never played before, but obviously I'll have more to say about the game if I've actually played it. All right. I'm going to run an ad break here. You're going to see Smash Bros. If you're not behind the ad pack. And see y'all in about 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome back from the ads, folks. Nalani, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry that I perfectly timed the ad to start the second that you raided in. Raiders, welcome in. Nice to see you. Nalani, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, go follow Nalani Proctor. Extremely talented individual. Unreasonably kind human. Great vibes over there. She does music streams. She does crafting streams. She does cooking streams. And, of course, video games. And she's very good at all of it. You won't be disappointed. Have fun getting ready for work? That's a weird sentence to say. I doubt you'd have any fun getting ready for work. But I hope you have a good day. You did much cursing and yelling today at Little Nightmares 3. Oh, man. That sounds very spicy and fun. I hope chat had a good time. I hope you had a good time. I am very averse to spooky, scary horror things. So I have felt very disengaged this month from streams. Let me get off the Smash screen so y'all can see me. I've felt very disengaged from Twitch this month because there's so many games that I don't want to watch, despite the people that are playing them that I like. You know, I have to be very careful, even just watching somebody play like Silent Hill or Resident Evil, like that are like pretty like campy for the most part. It can still have like negative effects on me. So I have to be very careful. Sometimes I can go like audio only. But I've seen a lot of people playing Little Nightmares. Is that something that like just came out as well, or is it just like is that just like a great fit for this month? I don't even know. But yes, welcome in everybody. We are playing Xenosaga today. If you've never been here before, my name's Austin. I am one of two Backlog boys that exist, but one of one that streams on this channel. We just did a wheel spin before running the ad. That's not a picture, that's a video. That's up here behind me. I'm gonna get that off the screen. We have lots of shenanigans when people sub and cheer bits and everything like that, because I really appreciate it. So we're actually gonna do a little segment here where we talk about a game and are mean to it, which we call Game Roast, which is a spin-off of a segment that we've done for a very long time called Game Gush, where we we reach back into the backlog, my big rack collection of old plastic up here. We'll pull something down and talk about memories and why we love it and all that sort of thing. And we've recently added a segment where we do the opposite, where we talk about everything that we don't like about a game. And it's all tongue in cheek, because I don't really own any games that I don't actually like. But it's fun to be humble about games that you might think are perfect or really, really good, and find some accurate critiques. I'm also eating a protein bar. I hope that doesn't make anyone vomit or anything, or that me saying vomit makes anyone vomit. The Hear Me Out stream wasn't terrifying to me. In a very different way, Zine. I actually really enjoyed your Hear Me Out stream. I personally have a family-friendly stream, and I try to keep everything that I say pretty family-friendly on my stream, but I do not shy away from non-family-friendly things in my waking life. As you know, you've seen me in Indy's chat and other places, and your chat for that matter. I don't hesitate when I know I'm in an 18+ space. But yes, as soon as I can get these Smash scores updated from the ad break and finish this protein bar, we're going to do a game roast. And Kiki chose a very good option. I'm very excited about this. This is a little bit of a softball, because I definitely have some words for Pokemon Emerald. But yeah, if you're joining me for the first time, I was kind of in the middle of my spiel there, and then I got sidetracked, which is a great elevator pitch for this channel in and of itself. But I'm currently playing Xenosaga for the first time on Thursdays and Fridays. RPG first playthroughs are kind of the bread and butter of this channel, but I also stream on Tuesdays where I do a first playthrough of a non-RPG, and we're currently playing Paper Mario Origami King for the first time, which is almost an RPG. Depending on who you ask, it's definitely an RPG or definitely not an RPG, but I justified it in the Tuesday slot because, you know, it's a little bit different. I almost said Color Splash because the song we're listening to is from Color Splash, and the logo is on my screen over here. But I take notes when I play my games as well. Sorry, you're gonna hear double audio for just a second, but I want to show you my notes. I take notes on pen and paper. I got a color coding system with markers and highlighters. I get really into analyzing the story and the characters and all the different narrative devices of the games, game design, art, all that kind of stuff. That really gets my juices flowing. And Xenosaga's been awesome for that. There's a lot going on in this game. Third installment just came out. Okay, that was the impression that I was getting from seeing so many people playing it, but because I haven't gone into the streams, because I'm so spooky averse, I wasn't certain. So thanks for confirming my assertion. Okay. Let me get this last bit of protein bar in my mouth. Mmm, so delicious. All right. So we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock. You're not going to see the clock. It's just for me. And I have 3 minutes to unload my my most caustic criticisms and just heap the slander on the selected game. And this time around, we have a wonderful candidate here. So, for the next 3 minutes, I'm going to tell you why Pokemon Emerald sucks. This is an easy one, man. Okay, we don't even have to relitigate IGN's 7 out of 10 too much water, or whatever it was. The real problem with the Hoenn overworld is how late in the game you get Fly. In Generation 1 and Generation 2, you get Fly pretty reasonably early, and you can start backtracking and moving around the map. Plus, you have much more non-linearity to the progression of the gym challenge in Generation 1 and 2. I think a little bit of it in Generation 1 was unintentional, similar to the possible sequence breaking and non-linearity in something like Ocarina of Time. But Emerald is extremely linear. You can't do any of the gyms out of order. You have to go to the towns and the gyms in the order that the game dictates. And it takes a very long time to get Fly, and there are many times throughout this story and the gym challenge of the vanilla game where you have to go back and forth between a bunch of different areas, often without the bicycle either. And it takes a very long time. You have to pass through lots of sections of wild encounter potential where you're going to run into a bunch of stuff from previous areas that you've already caught or you've decided that you don't care about. You basically have to get like 6 badges in this game before you can fly, if I remember correctly. I have done a Nuzlocke of the first 4 generations of Pokemon, and someday I'll do the 5th and onwards, with some custom rules that I came up with that are very, very difficult. And this game, up to the point that I did it, was far and away the most difficult. Like, Red was challenging because it was the first. Silver was challenging because it's double the length in a lot of regards. And it has a slightly more balanced meta game of like different tactics that the enemies can use against you. You know, Gen 1, it's just hit them hard. Gen 2, there's like status and there's walling and there's stalling. So there's a few more things that you have to play around besides just like gaining the upper hand with the type advantage. In this game, there's all different host of new things that you have to play around in a Nuzlocke. So you've got this tiny limited pool of Pokemon, and then you've got abilities to play around. You have like switching mechanics. You have held items, like all these different kinds of things that they play around, which is great for the challenge factor. And then there's the back quarter of the game, the back leg of the game, which is really where the too much water comes into play. Really what they should have said instead of too much water was too much HMs. This is really where HMs like soared to a level of absurdity that they maintained for Generation 4 as well. Like they gave us 3 different water HMs to use. Or no, wait, 4 different water HMs. There's 8 HMs in the games, and 4 of them are water: Surf, Whirlpool, Waterfall, and Dive, that you all need for different things. They're all required for traversal in this game. And Waterfall is the dumbest one because it's only needed for one thing, just to get to the Elite Four. It's basically like having an item, except it's an item that is stuck on one of your characters permanently. I mean, there is a move deleter in the game, but that really sucks. Just the HM structure of this game is completely asinine. I think the overworld is very cool on paper. This like archipelago of islands, and it's kind of tropically seaside beach. Like, love those vibes in a game, but in execution and in function and practicality, I think Hoenn is the worst designed overworld in any Pokemon game as far as traversal. Say what you will about the design and the aesthetics, like all there's a lot of positive stuff to say about that, but the actual functionality of getting around, it's got to be the worst. It's got to be the worst. I hate it. Generation 3 is by far my least favorite Pokemon generation. I still like it. I like the Pokemon roster of Generation 3. But the actual gameplay experience of the base game is definitely my least favorite in the series. And I have played them all. I have played all the core games in the series. That was way more than 3 minutes. I cheated, but I have a lot to say about Pokemon Gen 3. I could keep going. There's a lot of good things to say about Gen 3, but I really don't like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. Hey Jackie, how are you? Thank you for Wario Dumpy. Your hot take is that you like Oris better than RSE? Yeah, I mean, for me, Cheaty, that's not a hot take at all. I played RSE for the first time when we did our challenge run for Gen 3 not too long ago. And that it fixed and addressed so many of the problems that I had with base Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. It pretty much addressed all of the concerns. There's a few things that, you know, still weren't great, but a lot of the things that it added were really cool as well. Like the free flying thing, that's amazing. Like, they didn't bring that back until frickin' Scarlet Violet. That was super cool. You like my Curb shirt? Thank you. Yeah, I like the shirt too. I was really sad when I put it on this morning because it's like kind of small now. I might have to retire it. It's like a little too small for me now. I've had it for a while. A lot of the mediums are getting phased out. And like, I don't know, like, I have weird shoulders. Like, I feel like the stereotypical way for a shirt to be too small is like, you know, it's too short and your tummy is sticking out, or like you can't get it over your head or your neck hole, you know, whatever. But for me, it gets tight like right here when it's too small. So it becomes kind of like uncomfortable and like sweaty. Gobi's going to town on a bone. That's what y'all are hearing there. But yeah, I do like this shirt a lot. I need to figure out what this... Or actually, I know what this says. This says Hoshi no Kabi. Star. This is the kanji for star. Hoshi. And this just says Kabi. And there's... The Dakuan on this character is 2 stars instead of 2 dashes. Very clever. Okay, well, we're done with our gush. I think we're ready to get back to the game. All I can think about is, wow, this guy has weird shoulders. Yeah, I guess I should probably elaborate on that, because people probably don't know what I'm talking about. Let's get switched back over to the game first. And continue our running away. That's true, I could hold on to this shirt for like 15 years. And then the little guy could wear it. I did inherit a lot of shirts from my dad. Okay, we're gonna try this path first. I'm gonna take every one of these encounters that has like a manageable mob, but most of them have been pretty untenable. Yeah, anyone that's like 4 units, we're running away. And I realize that this is a signal that like, hey, you need to be able to handle this encounter for what's to come. But we're gonna cross that bridge later. Because what I would much rather do is get all the items, figure out where the actual progression path is, and then, you know, park it at a save point and grind. Accessory. Soldier's Honor. Another very, like, classic RPG accessory name, it feels like. Definitely not as much as Speed Shoes, but... let's see. Where is that bad boy? Here we go. Prevents attack disable. Okay, we've never seen that before. Definitely don't need to prioritize learning it, but we have it now. Oh yeah, I didn't explain my shoulders. So my shoulders sit pretty low, like they slope downwards. They're not like flat straight across like some people have. But then in addition to that, my shoulders are like asymmetrically uneven from years and years and years of wearing a guitar on this shoulder. So this shoulder is like lower than this one. So sometimes shirts can fit weird. And if they're small, they're gonna like grab me kind of in like the armpit more than others. And more on this side than this side. You had 3 older sisters, so you never got hand-me-downs. Okay, we're gonna take this encounter, because we can do a 3. We can do a 3. You did put on your sister's blue polka dot dress once, when you were 6, because it was really fun to twirl. Totally normal. Yes, I agree. My mom had like a silky, kind of kimono-esque bathrobe that I was super interested in when I was little, and I wore that thing all the time. It was like pink terry cloth on the inside. That was the part that actually like touched your body. And then the outside was this like purple base color, and it was like this kind of shiny, silky material. I don't know if it was actually silk, but it looked like it. It was, the base color was purple, and then it had this kind of like paisley-esque pattern of like little green vines and like pink and red flowers. It was a spicy robe. I think she did eventually give it to me one day. She was like, I don't fit in this thing anymore. You've worn this since you were like 5. Do you want it? And I think I did take it, but I don't remember what I did with it. I was definitely too insecure to like rock that when I was in like college. So I probably just kind of like, it probably got donated when I moved to college, is what I'm guessing. Ah, crap, I didn't do the double Mystic Nocturne. Misclick. But I didn't really wear any of my mom's clothes other than that robe. There was just something about that robe. I don't know if I like thought I was a wizard, or if it was just like it wasn't in her closet. Like, I wasn't supposed to go in her closet because she would hide like Christmas presents and birthday presents and stuff in there. And I was a little goody two-shoes. And I also like had the fear of God in me and thought that there was some irrationally like possible way that she would know if I went in there, even if she wasn't at home. So I did not go in there. And sometimes the robe would be hanging up, you know, outside the bathroom or on like the knob of the closet. So it's like, oh, I don't have to go in the closet to get the robe. That was a big part of it. Okay, we almost died there. There may have been some shoes that I messed around with, but I don't remember. Oh, they're dead. Okay, we can just end this. More water.
Is everyone okay?
You were jealous that women's clothing had so much variety when you were growing up? Oh, I see what you... Wait. Blishu, are you saying that you feel like it had more variety when you were growing up than it does now? Or do you mean that while you were growing up, that was something that you noticed? I think you mean the second one. Zen, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was it going today? What were we getting up to? What were you playing? Welcome in, everybody. We are here in the Xenosaga zone. We are pretty late in the game, I think, but I don't really know how late. If you know, please don't tell me. But we're having a great time with it. We might encounter some story stuff soonish. So if you're somebody who hasn't played this game and you're worried about spoilers, that's your fair warning. We're just kind of wandering around in a dungeon right now, so if that's not spoilers for you, then you're good. We're just kind of like picking up items and getting our bearings in a fairly large area here, so that's what you're in for. Oh, you're playing Lightning Returns today. Well, we were just talking about playing dress up and wearing our mother's clothing, so that seems appropriate. Oh, Shane has written a novel. You were mostly a goody two-shoes. That's hard to believe. Only time you ever stole something from your parents was the time you stole a bottle of scotch in high school. Well, that doesn't sound like goody two-shoes behavior, Shane. I think something changed. Or maybe you don't know what goody two-shoes means. Took a single drink, hated it, gave the whole bottle away to a friend. The next weekend, someone else gave you the same bottle of scotch full. Went through your entire grade, no one liked it. You put it back and your dad never noticed. That's a wild story. You weekend at Bernie's a bottle of scotch. We're getting wide. Space, thank you for wide. How you doing, Space? Everybody stretch it out. Take some deep breaths. If your aspect ratio has been feeling a little bit off lately, hang in there. Things often return to equilibrium on their own. Small, rural Saskatchewan. There was nothing else to do on the weekends. Yeah, I love how all these like northern states and like Canada are just like, well, it sucks here, so we get wasted all the time. Jesus. Yeah, don't I look so narrow and thin? That's the real impetus behind the wide redeem, is so that I can look thin. There's no other person for me to look skinnier than, so I have to make myself look wide and then return to the same way. It's like, oh, actually, you know, he does look pretty slender. I should have a redeem for narrow, where the aspect ratio changes the other way, and I look like a frickin' mantis. There would just be like weird black bars on either side of me, though. You've been wanting to replay this again, so you're popping in to relive it vicariously. I know exactly what you mean, Zen. I do that all the time. That is definitely one of my favorite things about Twitch, because there's so many games that I love and would love to replay, but, you know, we just don't have time for it all, of course. I think my go-to... Oh, crap, I did not mean to do that. We really need this to kill. I was gonna heal with him, but I didn't. Yeah, of course, you meet a ton of great people that way. You know, people with similar tastes to you. Obviously, there's some common ground right off the bat. But I think my go-to is Final Fantasy games. There's some of the games that I would most like to replay, and they are games that I have never replayed. I have played all of the mainline Final Fantasy games up through 13.1, and I love all of them, but I've never played all the way through them again. You know, I've touched a couple of them a little bit here and there. Well, that's not true. I replayed Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy II. Those are the only ones I've ever replayed all the way start to finish. That was like 2 years ago. When Jackie played them. And those are pretty reasonable because they're the shortest ones out of the whole series. Oh god, we still might die here. Okay. I'd like to replay all of them. At some point or another, but it's just such a big commitment. Okay, these guys are almost dead, but I don't have an AoE with this character. So, I'm just gonna heal. FF games are really your jam, you're realizing? I would hope so, Smashy, considering you're replaying the entire series top to bottom. And you're 12 games in. Well, I guess that's not true. You skipped 11. You're 11 games in. You need to play Lightning Returns in 16, then you'll have played them all? I don't need to play Lightning Returns. I don't really have any interest in playing 16. I've seen 16 start to finish three times. And I really enjoy the narrative and a lot of the things about that game, but I have absolutely zero interest in the actual gameplay of the game. So that's just, like, Final Fantasy 16 is just kind of like an HBO miniseries in my brain, because that's how I experienced it in a lot of ways. Because it was like the new hot thing that everybody was like talking about. And like theory crafting from like moment to moment. So there was like all the aspects of that. It was fun to experience it that way. I really enjoyed it. I think I got way more enjoyment out of it consuming it that way than I would have actually playing it. I have not played 11, Jackie. I definitely used to be guilty of being the like curmudgeon. I'm still a curmudgeon, for the record, but I was definitely guilty of being that guy who was like, that's not a real Final Fantasy. The MMOs don't count. And I definitely concede that, like, there's a lot of really cool stuff about 11, but I still really don't want to play it. Okay, before I go into that, that loading zone and respawn all these enemies, there's a couple other paths that we need to check out. You need to play 15, 16, Stranger in Paradise, and Type O. Touched a few of them for like an hour or so, but not gotten into them yet. I really want to play Type 0. That was on one of my recent polls, actually. There are some Final Fantasy adjacent games that I really want to play, and Type 0 is one of them. I also want to play 4 Heroes of Light, because I'm a big Bravely fan, and that's like basically the beta for Bravely Default. I'm a big Asano stan. That was Asano's first original game after the 3 and 4 remakes on the DS, and presumably the game that got him the gig for Bravely Default. So I would definitely like to go through it from that lens. Wait, I missed something here. Oh yeah, but I don't have any interest in playing 15 either. I have a long, complicated relationship with 15. For as much of a relationship you can have with a game that you've never actually played beyond the demo. 14 is your favorite. 14 is a lot of people's favorite. I would guess statistically 14 is probably the most common favorite Final Fantasy, because it's like statistically the most played Final Fantasy, like most purchased Final Fantasy, so that shouldn't be surprising to anybody, but I think some people have a hard time swallowing that pill. Yeah, 14 and 11, I just can't, I can't do it because I have like a very like addictive completionist type of personality, and MMOs are just too big for me. Like anything subscription based is really dangerous for me. Anything that's like super non-linear is really dangerous for me. So it definitely started as like a rejectionist mentality of not accepting them being the driving force behind not wanting to play them, but that has shifted to more like, for the safety of my sanity and my income, I can't play those games. You know, if there was ever some kind of like compartmentalized standalone experience that I could get, I might be interested in that, but even then it kind of like scares me, just like the sheer, even if somebody like held my hand and dog walked me through everything so that I didn't get sidetracked, I would still be scared of like the sheer amount of content in those two games. 6 is your favorite, Shan? That tracks. You seem like a 6 stan. You act like a Final Fantasy VI stan. You're realizing that they are ahead of the curve as you watch other games. What do you mean by that, Smashy? Ahead of what curve? You hate that 16 doesn't have a party system? Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't like that. That's why it wasn't a day one purchase and why you still haven't touched it?
Who goes there?
Oh, that's a dude. Yeah, I know Cheaty's a big fan. Space is a big fan. Space is trying to peer pressure me into playing it. Memory Carp tried to peer pressure me into playing 11. He had a group going for it for a while. I think they're still doing it. They probably had to take a break because he had the baby, but I think they're still going. Where's my escape pack? There we go. Do I think saying how much I want to play a game ever influences the voters? Maybe. I try to construct it in such a way that like every game on the poll is like a game that I really want to play. And if there is a game that I want to play more than the others, I try not to say. But I'm sure it's had an effect before. Whether I didn't want to believe it or didn't realize it or whatever. Cross. Just cross. Okay. What does that do? It's kind of an ominous... Damage down 10%. Wow. That is... a really, really good effect. You don't think I can do 11 with a completionist mindset? Yeah, and that's a little bit short-sighted of me because even though I do have completionist tendencies, Final Fantasy games aren't games that I've necessarily had a history of playing to the nth degree. Like, the number of Final Fantasy games that I've 100%ed is pretty low, comparative to, like, how many there are that I've played. I think I've only 100%ed, like, maybe 4 Final Fantasy games. Well, I guess that number's a little bit higher now, but with the 1 and 2 replay, because I 100%ed those. But I think it's something that I might be more predisposed to at this time. Because it's like, okay, you're going to play this one time, you got to get the most out of it that you possibly can. You're never going to replay it because it's too long, you know. So it's really easy for me to fall into that trap. You played through 11 base games, story quests, and it was great. I'm sure it is. I'm sure I would like it. It's kind of like imagining like a drug. Like, yeah, that would probably be pretty fun. But, you know, would I be able to control myself or stop? Or what falls by the wayside throughout my enjoyment of this 400-hour game? You know? I need to heal. That's why I'm here. Oh, that's interesting, Shane. You strive for equal representation in your RPGs. So if there's a 3-person party, you're like immediately stuck between a rock and a hard place. Interesting. Let's drop a save here. Because there's only one more path that we can take. R.I.P. Shadow the Colossus. Don't worry, Space. Shadow the Colossus will definitely be back. I was actually planning to put Shadow the Colossus on a poll before somebody added it with channel points. So it'll definitely come back around again. It's in that pile of like iconic games that I feel like I have to play. So it'll definitely come back on a poll. I'm genuinely surprised, though, that Paper Mario beat it. Also, I just realized that this is a button. What does this do? Oh! Okay. That's not what I expected that to do. So we don't want to do that yet. We don't want to do that until we find another colorful node. Because we need that right now to get out of this area. So we'll have to do that after we open up this, like, southwest path. Oh, okay, you just mean in comparison to other RPG franchises, Smashy? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think, for me, over the years, and playing, like, Final Fantasy was the first, like, big epic RPG that I ever played, and, like, kind of, like, series and franchise that I worked my way through and, like, saw different eras of and stuff like that. You know, that was my introduction to that sort of a structure before I ever played anything like Dragon Quest or Tales or whatever. And now, having played a lot of other RPGs, do we want to try to go for this one? We can give it a shot. With that knowledge looking back, for me, Final Fantasy definitely falls more into like a spot of like they all kind of strive for this like streamlined experience where you know, and to varying degrees of success, to be sure, but like they try to balance well between like the like pacing and the amount of content to be more accessible to like a first-time RPG player than maybe something like this or some other RPG. And maybe that's what you meant by ahead of the curve. And I think sometimes when you've played a bunch of, like when you've played all the Final Fantasies and you've played a bunch of other RPGs, it can be really easy to label Final Fantasy as like easy type or like more basic, more rudimentary in some regards. Whether it's like their more classic, you know, romantic style narrative, not romance, but romanticism. Like, you know, good versus evil, classic, you know, operatic storytelling, versus something like Xenogears or Xenosaga that's a little more hashtag cerebral or like subtext based, or, you know, requires you to engage with like supplemental media like .hack or something, or, you know, not requires, but like is enhanced by. They have like a very classic, tried and true structure that I think is more accessible narratively, and then also mechanically. Like they're typically a little bit easier than other RPGs, and I think that gives them a lot of staying power. Let's see. This is kind of bad. I kind of want to just run away. We also have a new ether skill that revives people, and I'm realizing now that I haven't set it. I'm just gonna run after all that. Yeah, Cheaty knows. Cheaty plays games to the nth degree. So I know Cheaty knows what I am scared of when it comes to stuff like 11 and 14. You have to set your ether after you learn it. This is our new robot attack that we got. I don't think we'll ever need... Well, no, that's not true. We do need Analyze. But yeah, now we're in a weird situation now where we don't have enough ether weight. I'm assuming that stands for weight, that 9 out of 12, to have access to every single skill that we've learned. So what we'll probably have to do with Xion is give up our low-level heal, because it's kind of phased out anyways, in favor of the max health. And then we can give ourselves the revive as well. But this Dominion tank, I don't know. It's probably just better than Throny Blade, so maybe we can just swap them out so that we can try it out. Maybe that's a bad reason to make Xion the healer buff character, because she's got these extra special abilities that nobody else can learn. You've realized that what you love is when games just drop you into a world and say figure it out with no hand-holding, and 11 is the absolute extreme of that. I like that depending on the situation. I don't like a sandbox. Like when you just drop me into a world and say you can do whatever you want, have fun. That is like incredibly repellent to me. I want an objective. I want a global like quest and function and goal that I'm striving for. But if I have to figure out how to get there, I can really enjoy that. And it just depends on how compartmentalized it is. You know, like if we're talking about like a 2D side scroller and the figure it out thing is just like how to move around and interact with a very simplistic environment, sure, that's fine. But if it's like, but if the figure it out is like where to go, who to talk to, what items you need, and like literally everything, I don't like that. But for something like Shadow of the Colossus, it makes sense. Like there's only so much in that world. Like for a game that I haven't played, I've seen a lot of it. I've seen other people play it. I've seen speedruns of it. So I know the basic gameplay loop. And that kind of a sandbox figure it out is very manageable for my mindset. Have a good after stream lurk, Zen. Thank you again for the raid. I know you typed that quite a while ago and you might not still be here, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's up, Balrogic? How are you? Final Fantasy strikes you as having casual gameplay design approach with hardcore story and immersion. I would mostly agree with that. I would say that they put a lot of emphasis on the story and immersion. That's definitely very important. It's a very important core tenet of their design philosophy for the series. I don't know if I would necessarily say that it's hardcore. I guess it depends on how you mean that. Like, they're very hardcore in their commitment to it, for sure. But as far as, like, how far you can take the narrative of a game, I think they actually keep it pretty reined in. You know, they want to make sure that it's not too wild and out for somebody who's never experienced a narrative in a game before. You know, like they're thinking about making their experience palatable to we're cheesing the heck out of this guy. They're trying to make their experience palatable to somebody who hasn't played every other game in the series. You know, they want, it's kind of like the Zelda design philosophy where like people who've played a bunch of Zelda games are like, oh my god, why are you explaining to me what a blue rupee is? I know what a blue rupee is. Or like, oh my god, stop showing me, like, you know, what this key I picked up is for. Like, I know, I've played every Zelda game. Leave me alone. You know, stop trying to put training wheels on me. You know, that kind of thing. But they want that in there because they want everyone to be a safe first game. And Final Fantasy does a lot of that stuff too, not necessarily with like tutorializing stuff, but in the sense that, like, you know, there's a slow ramp up of the difficulty. It always starts off pretty rudimentary. I mean, that's a core tenet of any JRPG, so maybe that's not a great example, but they're very mindful of that in a way that other RPGs aren't necessarily. Oh no, Cheaty's chat is busted. Your first FF was 8, and while you're not blind to its many, many issues, you still really like that game. You love its aesthetic when so many RPGs are medieval or sci-fi. Yeah, they really... that's an interesting aspect of creativity in FF8 that gets, like, overlooked. Because it's very easy to look at FF8 and be like, wow, this is like so uninteresting and sterile visually, because it's like going for like anime adjacent realism. But it was truly novel at the time. Not because it looked realistic, but just because of how it was different. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom are the best examples for what you're talking about with Figure It Out space? Okay. That gives me a good baseline to work with. I love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to death. Played them to the nth degree, 100%ed both of them, did absolutely maximalist playthroughs, absolutely everything you could possibly do in the game. That being said, they pushed me to my absolute limit as far as like being overwhelmed with the amount of content and non-linearity. Like if those weren't Zelda games, I definitely wouldn't have touched them with a 20-foot pole. And the only reason I was able to get myself over the Breath of the Wild hump was because it was a Zelda game and I am such a committed Zelda fan. I am very open world averse. And just the sheer amount of content in that game and like how long it took me to feel like I knew my way around and how many different things there were to do and how hard it was to stay on track with whatever you were doing, even if what you were doing was a side quest, not necessarily even the main story. Like, it was still really easy to get distracted by yet another side quest within a side quest within a side quest, and that would like make my brain spiral, and I would have to basically get like 50 to 60% of the way through the game so that I could see like all these lists and checkboxes to feel like, okay, I'm making headway. I'm getting there. There is an end. That's like a very, very real struggle for me. Okay, we can heal with Xion pretty safely here. I need this damage so that we can try to kill soon. So I'm gonna choose not to double heal. I hope I don't regret it.
Ready?
Hopefully it's working now, Cheaty. Sorry that happened.
Arctic Blast.
Yeah, and I would say, that's funny that you brought up want to play cards, Balrogic. I would say, like, for me, FF8 is a pretty good example of, like, a manageable amount of side content. Like, Final Fantasy games are, mainline numbered Final Fantasy games are extremely linear because they're focused on story, which is definitely my preference. And so it's usually very obvious when something is optional or side content, and they do a good job of giving you like breath points. Like this is a very weird analogy, but if you imagine that you're swimming in an underwater cave and you need to like occasionally come up for air in like a little tunnel, they do a very good job of letting you know when those are happening and like evenly spacing them across your journey so that you can like take a break from the story and go goof around or grind or whatever it is that you want to do, and letting you know like this is going to happen again at some point, you know, like that kind of stuff. I feel like they do a really good job with that, and obviously there are plenty of other RPGs that do a good job with that too. But I think it's pretty reasonable to argue that Final Fantasy set a lot of that precedent. Because like the other early RPG juggernaut is Dragon Quest. And Dragon Quest didn't have a lot of side content for a long time. Like, it was more Easter eggs than side content. Like, there'd be a couple mini games here and there, and maybe like a trade sequence in some of those early games, but not like wholesale, like, you know, secret characters and like that kind of stuff. At least not before Final Fantasy was doing it. What are we doing here? Health is fine. One of them is almost dead. Let's just charge up. Wait, did Eris say something before Smashy said Eris? Because my chat might be messed up too. I was like, why is Smashy saying Eris when I said optional characters in a Final Fantasy? And then I saw Eris chatting. Hi, Eris. Oh yeah, Dragon Warrior 7, man. Love Dragon Quest VII to death. Very important game. Sorry, my nose has a crusty, and I must see to it. But the sheer amount of content in Dragon Quest VII is a big commitment, especially if you're streaming. If you are streaming Dragon Quest VII, even if you're not a dialogue reader, you are in for a long journey. I'm sure the remake will help with that exponentially. Maybe I should let's just do an angel blow here. DQ7 scares you? Don't be afraid, Space. Don't be afraid.
Angel blow.
For me, I play Dragon Quest games offline because they're very cozy. And I like to take a lot of notes, especially in the older ones that are very, like, predicated on talk to every NPC. So I would say don't be afraid to play it off stream if you really want to play it. Don't feel like you have to play it on stream. You don't usually stream RPGs that much anyways, right, Space? Do you have like a secret desire to stream RPGs that you're afraid to give into? This is a safe place to admit that if so. I probably could have just killed there. I should have done it. You're in the air. Wow. Man, we were being silly in Eris's chat last night. Wait, Eris and Space are in the same chat at the same time. Eris, if you ever see Space Robot Arm in your chat, you need to tell him about the Kojiro redeem, because he's never seen your Amigurumi Kojiro. And he needs to see it. I'm gonna take the heal here, actually, so I don't have to do it. Oh, just kidding, I don't have enough ether points. Fair enough. Yeah, show him your chicken. DQ7 is your second favorite DQ. Its length turns a lot of potential fans away. I think, yeah, the problem with DQ7 is that you need to tell people ahead of time how long it is, because there's not a precedent for it. Like, I haven't played 6 yet, but I know it's not as long as 7. And I think it's pretty close to the length of 5, which is like, you know, a chunky game. Alright, we'll just hit him with the whole thing. Free chicken for Space. You don't have to give it to him for free. You can just dangle the channel point redeem in front of him. Make him dance for it, you know. But yeah, if you're playing DQ7 for the first time and you don't know what you're getting into, I could see a lot of people just being like, man, when is this gonna end? I didn't know this was gonna be this long, especially if they've committed to like doing a Let's Play or streaming it or whatever. What a crappy situation to be in. Like, I love this game, it's fun, but I kind of want to drop it because my throat hurts from reading or whatever. Or I just want to play something else. I'm 88 hours in the game. How am I still on disc 1? Yeah, that's another thing that gets people too. You know, you see a game like FF7 being 3 discs or FF8 being 4 discs, and you see Dragon Quest VII is only 2, and you're like, oh, well, how long could it be? But my brother in Christ, that game has 2D sprites and like no FMVs. So you best believe there is a lot of content on there. And if you know how much space the FMVs take up on those Final Fantasy discs, it's a pretty laughably small amount that's actually dedicated to the gameplay. So once you know that, it's kind of like that gif of Eric Wareheim going like this. Okay, I should take this encounter. This is kind of like sneakily turned into a grind stream because we're just not doing any story stuff. But yeah, that remake is gonna turn on a lot of new people to that game, and that makes me really excited. I'd like to buy it just to support it. I've bought several of the other Dragon Quest remakes just to support it, even though I probably won't play them. We're gonna need to run an ad in a second here. It's 4 o'clock already. Holy crap. Okay, this is our big turn here. I need to restore my ether. I can't heal. Maybe this is the turn we try out. Oh, right, I don't have any ether. Never mind. Let me use one of these on myself. A 90-hour completionist game that got really far. Then you forgot. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It's a hard one to drop. You know, those PS1 era RPGs. There's no like, when we last left the party. Like none of those quality of life things were in those games back in the day. There were maybe a few, but it was really rare. So it was really easy to get screwed if you put the game down for too long. Treat Dragon Quest VII like they would a Saturday cartoon. Don't try to play it all at once. Save. Yeah, play it like once a week. That's a great idea, actually, Shane. Yeah, make it kind of like an episodic adventure. It even has like kind of those vibes. Okay, can I do 400 damage to all of these guys and just wipe this encounter? This is kind of a risky play instead of healing. I'm gonna go for it. We should be okay. You stream RPGs on occasion, but they take so long to get through, the occasion is rare. Yeah, that totally makes sense, Space. If I was only able to stream like 1 day a week, I don't know what I would do. I probably wouldn't do RPGs. Or I'd have to like mix it up, you know? Oh god, we're dead. Should have gone for the heal. That's fine. We saved fairly recently. Wait, it's coming out of my pay? I mean, I have plenty of Eris channel points, so I'm willing to contribute to the cause. I totally would, by the way. If Space walked into Eris's chat, I would immediately redeem Kojiro. I would not hesitate. But, you know, he might be there sometime when I'm not. So I have to remind him. A free sample. Oh, hey, CKX, how are you doing? How's Tricks? You loved DQ7 as a kid. Impeccable taste. Yeah, streaming it, I don't know if I would say streaming it seems hectic, but it's a marathon. It's an absolute marathon. Pando streamed DQ7. And it was a replay even, so she knew what she was in for. But that took her so long. I could just see how winded. Because she was reading all the dialogue and everything. She went all the way with it. Round of applause for that. What if someone decided to use the TikTok voice to read all the dialogue? I would only be okay with that if it was Marcus's voice. And then you could name every character Robert. Robert. I don't like that rock. Get that rock out of here. I guess you could name like one character Walgreens. You could name one character you wouldn't be able to fit Badinky Bones, but you could, you know, shorten it somehow. Everybody up on their Marcus lore, by the way? Already happening, but cursed. I think you would get a lot of enjoyment out of like Dragon Quest 1 or 2, Eris. They're a lot shorter than the other games. Which is helpful. Opinions on Dragon Quest III Remake. I haven't actually played it yet. I think it looks phenomenal, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. I have only played the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Quest III, and I loved it. Guide me, oh wise one. You've only played Dragon Quest II. Interesting, Smash. You should definitely try Dragon Quest I. It's a very unique experience. I don't want to give too much away. But there's something very special about Dragon Quest I that the other games in the series don't have. Oh yeah, you didn't know about the remake, Balrogic? Yeah, that was a massive bombshell of announcement. I couldn't have predicted that in a million years. For them to just leapfrog all the Super Nintendo Dragon Quests and jump right to number 7 for a remake. Especially in lieu of like remaking, you know, 8 or 11 again or something. Which are very much like the Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X of Dragon Quest. Okay, I gotta top off and heal outside of battle here. You never finished DQ3 Space? It's a long one. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the way that Dragon Quest drops you into a world and makes you figure it out, because it's extremely manageable and compartmentalized. Like, there's only so many things to figure out. There's only 4 directions to travel in. You know? It's a very simple structure, so I'm okay with that being a little bit sandboxy, quote-unquote. Because they're very mechanically rudimentary. So for my preferences, it lends itself very well to an open-ended thing. What's up, Spec? Welcome in. How are you? I'm a little scrolled up on chat, so I apologize if I'm getting to people a little bit late. You hope to integrate that base soon. All right, cool. Thank you for buying me a chicken. You're welcome, Space. Anytime. All right. We're trying to work our way down to the bottom of this column. Oh, Pando is the reason why you're scared of DQ7? That's funny, Space. Yeah, that took her like 6 months. And she streams often. Yeah, it's a big game. That was like a college summer game for me, so it was perfect. I'm just gonna run from this. I'm gonna only take mobs that are 3 enemies or less. Period. I mean, I've definitely streamed some games that took me longer than 6 months, but it's because I was streaming them like 1 day a week. I don't think since I've switched to 2 days a week, anything has taken me that long. Because I feel like Tactics has to be the thing that was the longest on the 2-day format.
Well, guess I'm gonna get some exercise after.
And I don't think that was 6 months. Guard. Guard. And goodbye. It's so funny that the flee spell is called goodbye. You hope that DQ7 doesn't tone down Maribel? I trust them. I don't see why they would change their character. It's not like the original writing style of Maribel was like relying on like problematic 90s tropes or vernacular or anything like that. So I can't see any reason why they would change her. But I don't know what this character in Persona 3 was like. Maybe there wasn't any reason to change that character either, and they did. But different devs. Oh, I love
This is gonna be fun.
that Paper Mario emote. Chungus emote. That's a good one. I haven't seen that before. Okay, we're gonna take this encounter. You love DQ1. Yeah, DQ1 is cool. DQ1 is a great, like, if you are an RPG fan and you want to play an RPG that benefits from using like a spiral notebook and or graph paper, but you've never done one before, Dragon Quest I is literally the perfect game for you. You don't need it to get through the game. I would recommend it, especially if you're not like one-shotting the game and playing it like in a couple of long bursts. but it lends itself very well to that without just being like a scrawl fest. Your favorite's DQ9. Yeah, that's another surprising thing about the remake, is that it wasn't like a DS locked or a Japan locked game or something. I'm working my way through the Dragon Quest series in numerical order. My next one in line is 5. Or sorry, 4. 4 is my next Dragon Quest game to play. I've played later Dragon Quest games, but I played them all kind of out of order, and then at a certain point I was like, okay, I'm going to go back to number 1 and play all the ones I haven't played in numerical order. So I've still got to play 4, 6, and 9 and 11. It was a long time ago, you remember nothing. Can't really rank it. Replaying would basically be a first playthrough. Yeah, that's the other problem with having played so many games, is it's really hard to remember, at least for me, a lot of the finer details of certain stuff. Like, I'm finding that most of the finer details about games' plots and mechanics fall out of my brain after about 4 to 6 months. Especially because I'm always like immediately moving on to another game and getting fully invested in that one. I'm sure it would like stick with me longer if, you know, I didn't play anything for several months. I'd probably be able to remember the one game for a lot longer. But as far as like committing it to long-term memory, I don't know. Picked up a good chunk of covers from the birthday weekend. Wait, what does that mean? Do people... Oh, are people like sending you like commissions, Spec? Or... What do you mean picked up a good chunk of covers? Or are you just like finding people to reach out to that do collabs? That's cool that you're working on a bunch of stuff, though. Yeah, we love tactics. Final Fantasy menu. DQ4 is your favorite. Cool. I'm excited to play it. I'm like loosely holding off for the unicorn consoleized DS 3DS solution that seems to be dead in the water. But eventually I'll get off my butt and play all my DS and 3DS games. And maybe that will manifest the actual long-awaited consoleized solution. Alright, I need to run an ad here. I'm way behind on the ad. And I need to go put the little guy in nap time. So, thanks for the chats. We'll continue when I come back. Be back in about 3 minutes. All right, another one for P. Kapow. Love that use of the Kapow emote, Cheaty. Very nicely done. It's actually 3-0 for Pikachu. The on-screen score is out of date. Let me fix that really quick. Yoshi yet to mount a defense here. Not looking great for our dinosaur friend in 9th place. But still 8 more rounds to go. Meanwhile, Pikachu trying to get out of 6th place and head into the top 5. Pretty big gap between him and Link, though. So he would need to sweep Yoshi to get up there. But so far, it seems possible. He's skunking him so far. We're going to move to Link versus DK after this 11-round matchup. If you want to pick who fights after that, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. You can pick anyone except for Jigglypuff and Link, because they've done all their matchups. And once we have a red corner fighter selected, I'll let you know who the possible opponents for that character are in the blue corner. Back to the game. Back to our spooky song. Let me make a concerted effort to catch up on chat here, because we're very, very quick. You used to take notes when you were a kid, but you were never consistent about it. Interesting, CKX. I'm exactly the opposite. I didn't start taking notes in games until I was like 28. And it became an exciting idea to me. I never would have even considered thinking of that when I was a kid. There were definitely times where we wanted to like take a picture of something or like write something down that was like a password, but that was it. I do remember one very specific example when we got to the ice cavern for the first time in Ocarina of Time and we got to the sliding block puzzle room. We were stun locked there for like days, it seemed. And this was a thing where like one of our friends was the person whose game it actually was, but we would all like come over every day and like sit there and watch him and like backseat him and like yell at the TV. And we all kind of felt like we were playing the game together, even though he was the only one that held the controller. And I specifically remember us going to the printer and pulling out a piece of paper and drawing a recreation of the room from like a bird's eye view and trying to map out the sliding block path and figuring it out and feeling like we were like the smartest children on the planet. And that we must have been the first children to ever get through that room. People donated for charity to select a licensable cover song. Oh, nice. Wow, $3,600 spec. That's incredible, man. You should be unbelievably proud of that donation total. Holy crap. Kudos. Feel free to share what song or songs you're going to be covering as well, if you'd like to. Yeah, those were good times, CKX. You have a purple spiral notebook that you've been using when you play on your couch. Don't have easy access to your PC. Otherwise, you just use spreadsheets. You got your phone to look things up at a last ditch, but you try not to. Yeah, it sounds like we're fairly similar, Cheaty. I'll make a spreadsheet at the drop of a hat. I will not hesitate to make a spreadsheet. I will use spreadsheets to procrastinate from things that I should be doing. I will make a spreadsheet to procrastinate from a different spreadsheet. I love making me some spreadsheets to help me organize stuff or checklist stuff or, you know, do arithmetic for me, whatever. Okay, back to trying to go down. We want to go down in this area. We're trying to get to the bottom. Presumably there's going to be some kind of switch down at the bottom. That's going to change the configuration of this tower so that we can then go back up to the top and lower that ring.
Please stand down. I don't want meaningless bloodshed.
So this is a very concerning precedent that's being set for this dungeon. Because we're going to have to come all the way down to the bottom here through a bunch of encounters, hit a switch, go back up to the top through a bunch more encounters. Although I guess we might not have to go through them again on the way back up if we don't hit a loading zone. So now that I think about it, it's not that bad. I guess if we were defeating all these enemies, it wouldn't be so bad. But since we're running from most of them, there's going to be a lot of enemies that we'll have to run into multiple times. Alright, sounds good, CKX. Thank you for procrastinating with us for a little bit. Appreciate it. Oh my god, please don't kill me. These guys are so strong. Is this a single target? Okay, good. And he's not dead. Oh, these guys are so strong. Cheaty procrastination face. I think that's legal grounds to sue your parents, like being named Apple. Because Cheaty said procrastination was their middle name. I really don't think Apple's that bad of a name. I remember when everybody freaked out about Chris Martin and Gwyneth Paltrow naming their child Apple. And I remember how absurd it was perceived to be at the time. But it seems incredibly tame now. And I fully admit that I probably thought it was a silly name at the time. But in retrospect, it really kind of just seems like a nice name. Like, there's plenty of other foods or objects or flavors that would be perfectly acceptable as a name. And there are also many other things that would fit into that category that would not be acceptable or very well-received names. So yeah, I really don't think it's that poor of a choice. Oh, interesting, bless you. I mean, I guess it's nice because it doesn't come with a pre-baked-in precedent as far as that goes. Oh, we are going to have to hit a loading zone. Okay, let me check the other side really quick before we do that. Oh, there's one here as well. That's above me. There's no verticality to this map, so we don't really actually know where these enemies are. I should have healed, but I still think we can take... I don't know. God, these guys do so much damage. They do like 200 to 300 damage to every single character, and there's 3 of them. So we kind of have to front load here and try to get rid of at least one of them. So let's do some high speeds, and maybe we can pull that off. But yeah, that is a nice side effect that a lot of people might not think about with a name like that, especially at that time, because that was probably like the mid 2000s, or maybe the late aughts when that kid was born. But yeah, you know, with most names, there's like an expectation, gender-wise, on it going one way or the other. And I have no idea if that was a consideration for those two people that was part of their decision-making process, but it is a interesting consideration. To this day, you still name all your gaming drives Cosmos. If you need to input an organization name for something, you use Vector Industries. That's awesome. I didn't even know you were a Xenosaga fan, CKX. That's cool, CKX lore. Do I take the heal here, or do I just take this guy out? I feel like I just take this guy. Well, I don't have 6 AP, so okay, I'm just gonna heal. But yeah, I think Apple's a perfectly nice name in retrospect. There's like a lot of options that you could go by as like a creative shorthand if, like, you know, after growing up you felt like it was like too cutesy or like baby. I do think that's a valid consideration for a lot of people too, like even aside from like you know, the fluidity of gender being considered when naming a child. There's also the aspect of like certain names fit certain ages more. And obviously that's like a matter of people's like perception that can be played with, and, you know, traditions can be bucked and all that sort of thing. But you can't like force everybody to see it the same way, the way that you say it. And some, you know, like if you name a kid William, for example, like it's almost like inevitable when they're a kid that they're gonna go by Billy or Willie, you know, and then at a certain point, oh well, they don't want to be Billy anymore because they're like a teenager, and that makes them sound like a little kid or makes them feel like a little kid, so they're gonna go by Will or Bill or something, you know. Like there's like most names have like a Pokemon evolution system of sorts, and you could, I think it'd be fun with a name like Apple that doesn't have like a preconceived precedent of progression like that, where you could kind of come up with your own little shorthands, cutesy shorthands for when they're a baby, or, you know, something a little more mature when they're a young adult or a teenager or whatever. And then, you know, maybe some type of like shorthand, different shorthand for when they're older. You knew a Willie Smith when you were a kid. Yeah, there's gotta be, I mean, sheesh. There's gotta be a droves upon droves of Will Smiths out there that are having a rough go of it. I need to heal here, but I don't have 6 AP and I don't have any ether. So we might die. I think I actually have to just front load 2 attacks into this guy and hope that he dies. Or just run away. Oh, we're screwed. Wow. I'm pretty sure we're dead. I can't believe that pathetically low amount of damage that Xion just did. Well, if anyone survives, I'll run. You should be sorry, Shion. Okay. Chaos lived. This would be a really good dungeon to have fire resistance. Oh, he gets to go again? Okay, we're dead. Hate that. Yeah, isn't that a fantastic picture, Shane? They were just laying like that earlier. I'm glad they let me take a picture. And this dungeon is mean. Really, really mean. I think what we're going to have to do is just run from everything for a little bit. I think that's what I'm going to do. Instead of like trying to take encounters where I can, I'm just going to run from everything until I am ready to grind. At least we know how to get to the bottom now. I might need to get that chest again, though. I can't remember. I guess I can look at my inventory. That was the... Oh, I don't even have that, Okay, I'm missing 2 chest items. I don't have the like something alpha. Where was that one? I'm gonna have to go through this whole area again, kind of. I've been really intent on the conversations that we've been having. Maybe it's in that barrel right there. So I haven't been paying super close attention to the layouts of each of these tiers of the North Tower, because I just know that I need to go down. But now that we've had to like reset so many times, it probably is a good idea for me to learn it. I thought that item was in here. I'm running from everything. Running from everything.
Well, guess I'm gonna get some exercise after all.
Oh my god, they all get to go before me. This is also the first time we've been to a dungeon where an entire enemy mob outspeeds us. And we just get absolutely pummeled before we even get to do anything. We gotta make sure that we top off our health in between battles, too. I've been really bad about that. Because we need to survive those opening volleys before we can run. Oh, I hope entering the menu doesn't kill my iframes. Okay, good. I love that that guy sounds like a vacuum cleaner as he hovers around. Freeze!
Do you really think this is a good idea?
Yeah, that puppy picture from earlier is kind of an all-timer. Okay, only one attack this time. Thank you. I wish there was a way for me to grind skill points and tech points without getting experience and leveling up. There's probably a way to do that. If you like really know the game inside and out. But I don't think that it's something that I could figure out without like looking some stuff up and inevitably learning some things that I don't want to learn. Because we know that every enemy type gives a slightly different spread of their yield. Like, every enemy gives a certain amount of experience points, a certain amount of skill points, a certain amount of tech points, and a certain amount of ether points. And it's not like the same like slope for each one. Like, some of them will give more ether points than the rest, and some of them will give more skill points than the rest, and so on. So you have to really pay attention. And if there's different enemy types in the mob, you don't necessarily know which one is inflating which count, and you know, you'd have to like scan them all to see their yields. In addition to no-lifing ZA for the past week, you've also been trying to get all of the Vivillon patterns in Premier Balls. That's really fun, Cheaty. All the Vivillon forms was such a cool, like, aspect of, that was X and Y, right? It was such a cool aspect of that generation of Pokemon where, like, you were heavily incentivized to try and use the new, like, online trading to be able to trade with people across the world, which, you know, was something you could do for the first time. You know, previously you were only limited to trading with people in real life through wireless communications or a cable. So the thought of being able to just go online and trade with random people that you've never met before was in and of itself already exciting, but then they came up with ways to incentivize you to trade with people specifically from different regions than your own, because there was actual, like, different color patterns of this one specific Pokemon, and they were really cool. If you've never, even if you're not a fan of Pokemon, if you've never looked at all of the different forms of Vivillon, look it up sometime. There's an incredible amount of variety. It's very cool. We were waiting to see if there was an easy way to do it in this game, but there's not. Postcards in Scarlet Violet, but that was long stuff on Go. Yeah, no thanks. Relying on GTS on home. Okay. But you can't specify the Pokeball. Yeah, that's intense, Cheaty, man. That's a level to which I would not be able to discipline myself. Okay, I should have healed before this encounter, but further reminding myself that I should just be running from everything. Luckily, we didn't get punished. Oh, Gen 4 and 5 did have the global trade thing. Okay, I'm misremembering. Thank you for that correction, Kiki. Maybe it just felt like it was brand new in X and Y because so many people returned to the series with X and Y. Like, they really, really leaned super heavily on Gen 1. Like, getting the Gen 1ers back on board with X and Y. Like, they made them red and blue, as far as, like, the box legendaries and the logos and the cover art. They put in the, like, free Gen 1 starter, and they all had Mega Evolutions. So it brought a lot of people back to the series that hadn't played since Gen 1 or Gen 2. And since 3DS had such a massive install base by that time, it was more reasonable to get people on board. They had the custom systems as well that were red and blue. Okay, we're back at the bottom. We were trying to see if there was anything over here. Okay. We remember using Magnemite for Black White 2 for Join Avenue. What was Join Avenue? Was that like a trade hub for Gen 5? I haven't played the Black White sequels before. So if that's exclusive to the sequels, I literally have never seen that. But what was the significance of Magnemite in that area? Did, like, the magnet pull ability allow you to do something, or...? It was a shopping center thing that you built up over time. Oh, would you, like, get pieces of it for, like, getting, like, trade data from other regions and stuff? It was just an easy Pokemon to trade. Huh. Okay. Ah, this is what we're looking for. Okay. Hopefully this is going to light up one of the other towers. Oh, it just brings this down to the bottom. Well, how is this going to help me? Oh, okay, I have an idea. Puppies, please. Okay, so I gotta go through one of these other doors, and then I can walk on that. And I guess we're gonna have to go to the southwest tower now.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, we don't get to run. This encounter's too hard. These flamethrower guys do way too much damage. I gotta run. But yeah, if there was a way to, like, farm the consumable items that give you skill, ether, tech balances, or just a way to, like, temporarily turn off experience gain, that's the kind of grinding that I would really want to do in this game, I think. Because it seems like in general, we gain experience points a lot faster, and the other stuff gets left behind. Plus, the benched characters earn experience points and not the other things. So that makes it fall behind kind of naturally as well. But those are, like, the most interesting part for me. And they're also, like, the thing that's, like, a little bit overwhelming, and I kind of still feel like I'm not over the hump on, even though we're 50 hours into the game. Ugh, okay, I'm gonna use another consumable here. We can buy these. I just have to remind myself that we can buy these. The avenue's mostly empty. Players assigned by the owner to develop it. Much of the content can be customized, including shops. Huh. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. The name definitely sounds familiar, and I feel like I can imagine it as being something from, like, the trailers or, like, the bullet points on the back of the box as, like, a big selling point of the game.
I got no time for wusses like you.
But I still haven't played the Gen 5 sequels. I'm getting closer, though. I plan to play them casually after I finish this challenge run of Gen 5. Oh, thanks, Blushu. Yeah, I like the pink glasses, too. Figured I'd bust him out with the Kirby shirt. I have way too many pairs of glasses, and I would love to get more. I'm always looking at more, scheming up more. Want to have, like, as many different colors as I possibly can, and that sort of thing. I feel pretty limited on shapes. Like, different shapes definitely work better for me than others. Alright. Oh, joy. There's going to be a boss associated with this? Great. Can you at least, like, stand there? Okay, good. Good, good, good. That was very kind of the game to do that. Alright, well, this might be the thing that we have to grind for. Right here. We'll see what we're presented with, but based on what we're encountering in these random encounters, it definitely doesn't bode well. Like, it kind of feels like we've hit another difficulty spike with these randos. But much like the other times we've grinded, it's not necessarily a difficulty spike in the sense that, like, there's like a, you know, underutilization of mechanics. It's just the enemies are stronger now and are doing more damage. Okay, so now we have free use of this elevator. But the problem is we can't ride the elevator. So I don't know why I would ever do this. So we need this to stay at the bottom for the... But I can't go back up there and save unless it's up there. So... Oh, this is really annoying. Alright, so I gotta send it back up there. Just so I can go, just so I can go save. Yo, A-Bomb, welcome in. How you doing? Nice to see ya. Alright, so we're gonna go back up to back all the way up these ladders. I gotta find this item that I'm missing. It's not on the bottom floor, so it's probably on one of these tiers that's like got two different pieces that are not connected. Thank you for Heya. Doing well. Glad to hear it. Things are going well here as well. We've just been doing a lot of exploring in Xenosaga today. We're in this big, sprawling dungeon. And the enemies are quite strong. But we can run away from stuff for free. So we've kind of just been going around and picking up the items. We've been chatting a lot today about game design and various things. And coming to terms with the fact that we're probably going to have to do some grinding.
I got no time for wusses like you.
The good news about that is that we will probably be able to level up really fast in this area compared to the previous areas that we've chosen to grind. Because I have to imagine that the yield from these enemies is going to roughly match the level of challenge factor that we're being presented with. I haven't actually paid attention to what they're giving us, but... I have faith in that. Yeah, we love splorin', that's true. I'm a big fan of doing a splore. I'm actually looking for a chest that we got previously.
I got no time for wusses like you.
But we got bodied and game overed by something. And I need to find it again. No chest left behind. That would be the name of my breast cancer awareness organization if I ever started one. Maybe it's right here. This seems like it. Nothing in there. Okay. Well, there's one more ladder over here. Maybe it's this one? We got Hoover coming at me now.
Do you really think this is a good idea?
This will be roughly our final act of the day, is getting this item back and getting back up to the save point. It's also entirely possible that this item is not even in this area. I don't remember exactly where we got it. I should also probably check my inventory again, because maybe I do have it. Oh, you know what? I think I do have it, and someone's just wearing it. But shouldn't it still be in my inventory? I actually don't even know. Because didn't I equip it on Junior? Yeah, he has it. Okay. We're looking for something that doesn't exist. I think that actually was where it was. Was that barrel. So I think we're good. I think we're good. We can just make a beeline for the save point now.
I got no time for wusses like you.
So I think the game plan for tomorrow, because we're going to be streaming this again tomorrow all day, I think the game plan for tomorrow is going to be to take a look at some of our points balances and maybe invest in some passive traits. You know, level up some of our stats, try to make some of our attacks more powerful, look for some more AoE tech attacks, you know, accessory level, all the things. All of which we have not engaged with a ton throughout the playthrough. And we're definitely overdue for. We've kind of held off until we understood things a little more, which I definitely feel like I do now. Okay, we made it back to the top. And then once we have taken a look at those balances, we'll probably do some spends, and we might just do some more grinding. I think I do want to like go and take a look at that boss before we grind, because it would be good to know like what we're up against. We might want to head towards like specific skills or specific characters or something, depending on what it's capable of doing. So we'll probably scout it a little bit tomorrow, and then after we've done that, we'll probably do some grinding. I think it would be a really fruitful place. We can find a specific mob that we like. We can do a little bit of scouting of the mobs. I'm gonna call this save cleared north tower. I'm really, really glad that boss didn't ambush me at the bottom. That was completely unexpected and not telegraphed whatsoever. So that would have been pretty cruel. So very, very good game design to let us like go back up and save before we face it. But this is the end of the stream, folks. We'll be back tomorrow with another full day of Xenosaga. We didn't make a ton of progress today, but I had a great time. Hope you did too. Thank you to all the raids and the subs and support today. Really appreciate it. We had some fun wheel spins and diversions today, so I appreciate it. We'll have more fun tomorrow. We had a tasty snack and a fun little game roast, and what was the other thing that we did? A Wordle. We did some Wordle. That's right. Got a little scared there. I thought I forgot somebody. And also, on that note, we're getting very close to the next sub-goal bonus stream. This top bar on your screen here. When that fills up, you unlock an additional weekly stream where on a Sunday afternoon, the lady joins me and we continue our first playthrough of whatever point-and-click cozy game we're in the middle of, which currently is Grim Fandango. And we're in a really good spot with that one. We are a little stuck, to be honest, but we're having a lot of fun with it. And we, unlike my curmudgeon first playthroughs that I do on the main scheduled streams, we're not afraid to look something up if we've been stuck for a little bit, because we like moving through. Whenever we beat that, you'll get to vote on the next point-and-click game that we play. So probably a point-and-click stream coming at you pretty soon here. Thank you again for the subs. We do appreciate that. In addition to the additional stream that you get when that bar fills up, we also do a guaranteed free snack and soda or snack and drink tasting during those Sunday streams, because the lady really likes to do that and she doesn't get to come on super often, so having to lock that behind further wheel spins, we decided that was kind of a good idea, so that way she gets to look forward to it as part of the stream that she gets to be in on, and it's something else extra that y'all can look forward to when you unlock one. We need to find someone to raid out into, and I think we are set. Hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow for more Xenosaga. Otherwise, I'll be back on Tuesday with more Paper Mario Origami King as we continue that one. Normal schedule next week. Totally normal schedule next week. The week after that, I will be gone. And then the week after that, we're going to try out a new stream time. Still the same days, but we're going to try a different start time. I'm going to be trying out moving my start time from 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. So much later. I think it'll be good for more people than it's not good for. But hopefully for most of you, it doesn't really affect anything one way or the other if it's not good. I can't decide where I want to go. This is not a game I feel comfortable rating the category for. I've had pretty dismal results, actually, trying to raid people in RPG categories. I can't tell you how many times I've raided into an RPG category, and the person just immediately starts talking about spoilers for the game. Like, I've even had it happen where the person was visibly not as far as me in the game, but it, like, wasn't their first playthrough, or they, like, were using a guide, so they knew stuff about the game further than they were, and they just, like, blasé started talking about it, and I was like, ah! So, I'm pretty averse to doing that. Alright, we're gonna raid AV. AV is playing an infamous game for many reasons called Rule of Rose that you may have heard of, either because it's a very cursed, janky game or because it's an absurdly expensive game. But we're going to go say hello. It's also a very October-friendly game. AV is a very extensive collection of physical games. Plays everything on hardware like we do as well. I'm not an elitist, but I am an appreciator. And so is AV. So we're going to go say hi. See what's going on. No, AV is not playing Infamous. All right, we're going to go over here, and we're going to hit this button so we can get our raid music. Yeah, we'll go see what's going on with Rule of Rose. I'm pretty sure she's played it a bunch of times. And this is like a favorite game of hers. She's a big PS1, PS2 fan. I think that's kind of her bread and butter wheelhouse. So I'm sure she knows a lot of cool trivia and things like that about this game. If you're looking for a first playthrough, I don't think this is going to be it. But AV's great. Very, very knowledgeable, very funny as well. We'll see you tomorrow for more Xenosaga. Sunday stream coming at you probably soon. Thank you for the subs again. Keep those coming. Responsibly, of course. And Paper Mario on Tuesday. Y'all be good. See you later.